Testing, testing. Test, test, 1, 2, 3.
Vice Mayor, could you turn off your camera while you're eating, please? We can see you masticating.
Good evening, everyone. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for May 10th, 2022 at 5 p.m. And it looks like we have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rary.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. At this time, we are going to begin to conduct a workshop. Welcome to our workshop on the draft operating budget. And the Assistant Finance Director, Christine Andrews, will get us started. And I'll turn it to you, Christine.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The purpose of tonight's workshop is to provide an overview of the fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24 operating budget for City Council consideration and direction. Staff will incorporate any changes from tonight's workshop into the final operating budget, which will be brought back to the City Council for consideration of approval in June. Staff would like to take this opportunity to thank the City Council for the direction provided in the strategic planning process and in setting the strong financial policies used to develop this budget. Tonight's workshop agenda includes a high-level operating budget overview, presentation of the 10-year general fund fiscal model, and a proposed unfunded pension retiree medical paydown plan. Following that, we will highlight new and significant costs that have been included in this draft budget, and finally, a budget watch discussion. The city prepares an operating budget every 2 years, and this process starts with the development of a 2-year strategic plan that contains City Council initiatives and projects that are designed to maintain Brentwood's high quality of life. The funding for the strategic plan projects was incorporated into the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. The CIP budget draft, which was reviewed by the City Council in April, includes all of the capital project expenditures and funding that have also been incorporated into this operating budget draft. At tonight's workshop is the next step in the budget process. The draft operating budget presented tonight generally carries over existing city services and programs and provides the funding necessary to maintain established city service levels. And rather than discussing the continuation of existing services and programs, the goal of this workshop is to provide the City Council and the public with a high-level overview of the budget with a focus on significant changes, cost increases, and new budgetary requests under consideration. This workshop will also cover the city's long-term fiscal outlook and how this proposed operating budget fits within the long-term fiscal sustainability plan. To wrap up the process, the final version of the CIP budget will be presented to the City Council for consideration of approval later this month, and the final operating budget will come back to Council in June. This slide presents a summary of the citywide revenue budget by fund for fiscal year 22-23. The total projected revenue is about $315 million, and although we tend to focus on the general fund, since it offers the greatest flexibility, you can see it is only a small piece of the overall city revenue. Enterprise funds include the city's water, wastewater, and solid waste operations, and those revenues can only be used for those functions. The other revenue sources are restricted for very specific purposes, such as infrastructure or debt service. This slide shows a summary of the citywide expenditure budget by fund for fiscal year 22-23 and totals about $349 million. And we just saw on the previous slide that revenues were $315 million. This difference is not due to anticipated deficits. Rather, fund balances have been built up over time or used on major capital projects. For example, the city saved up development fees for many years and is now allocating them to projects such as the Sand Creek Road extension and Innovation Center infrastructure. Again, the majority of tonight's workshop will focus on the general fund portion of the expenditure picture. I'd like to start the general fund discussion with a quick update on our current year projection. As staff reported at the mid-year budget update in January, the projected general fund year-end surplus, after setting aside the 30% reserve, was about $1 million. At that time, City Council directed that this projected surplus be reserved in the general fund and applied towards strategic plan initiative capital project costs. After setting the surplus aside and including recent cost increases associated with general fund contributions toward other capital projects, staff anticipates an approximate break-even or minor shortfall reserve for the general fund. Any shortfall would be offset through revenues generated from the upcoming sale of city property or from a contribution from the Budget Stabilization Fund. The fiscal year 21-22 general fund result includes reserves set aside for all general fund strategic initiative costs, a reserve for 2 years operational costs of the police department feet, and again, the maintenance of the 30% reserve in the general fund. I will now turn to a high-level overview of the general fund budget for next fiscal year. Revenue from all sources are budgeted to be $69.3 million in fiscal year 22-23. Taxes and fines, which include property taxes of about $15 million and sales tax of about $11 million, make up the largest sources of revenue. Property tax is the general fund's #1 revenue source and is budgeted to reflect the strong post-pandemic housing market. Sales tax is the general fund's second largest revenue and has rebounded from the initial drop at the onset of the pandemic. Other significant revenue sources include transfers into the general fund, including gas tax revenues to support street maintenance and community facility district assessments in support of public safety. Other revenue includes the sale of city-owned and successor agency surplus properties, budgeted at about $3 million of one-time revenue spread over the 2 budget years. The general fund expenditure budget for fiscal year 22-23 is proposed to be $72.6 million. The general fund pays for the majority of ongoing city services, including all those functions shown on the chart, About 43% of the budget, or $31 million, is in support of police services, followed by about 12% in support of public works and 11% for parks and recreation. General fund revenues are budgeted at an amount less than total expenditures, as specific reserves set aside at the end of 21-22 are being used to fund strategic initiatives and police department FISB costs. The expenditure budget includes impacts from the city's current labor negotiation agreements, the cost of new staffing authorized at the strategic plan adoption in February, and all of the cost increases and budgetary requests that were included in the workshop memo provided with the operating budget draft. Historically, the city has adopted operating budgets which include a budgetary deficit of about 5%, or around $3 million per year. However, budgetary deficits have always been closed by the end of the fiscal year through budget savings. Savings occur because our budgets are conservatively prepared with the assumption that all personnel positions are filled for the entire fiscal year and that the full cost of running city programs will be incurred. Personnel vacancies from retirements and turnover typically generate substantial savings in the budget. More recently, significant personnel savings has occurred in the police department, as noted in the difficulties being experienced in filling positions for the fifth beat. Additionally, all budgeted program costs may not be incurred. For example, the Parks and Recreation Department budgets for all potential recreation programs and every planned activity may not be completed. While previous budgets included an annual $3 million budgetary deficit, this proposed budget includes a comparatively smaller two-year budget deficit of $1.9 million, or just under $1 million a year. After factoring in a modest budget saving estimate, staff conservatively projects that the actual results from the upcoming 2 fiscal years will be a general fund surplus of about $3.3 million. This projected surplus includes one-time revenues from the planned sale of surplus city property. This projected result also includes setting aside funds for the 30% general fund reserve, which is projected to increase about $750,000 in each budget year as expenditures increase. In summary, without the planned sale of surplus city property, the projected result over the 2-year operating budget period is essentially break even. As we appear to be entering uncertain economic times, staff does not believe that the general fund has any remaining capacity to take on additional costs at this time. Next, we will transition into a look at the 10-year general fund fiscal model. Why prepare a 10-year fiscal model? To look ahead at the impacts of proposed budgets and plan for a sustainable financial future for the city. Using the fiscal model, the city has the ability to systematically evaluate strategic plan initiatives and other spending priorities against future revenues. The fiscal model is also used by staff as a tool in the development of the 2-year operating budget and during the mid-year and midterm budget review process, as changes to the budget and economic conditions are factored in. It is important to note that the fiscal model provides an analysis for a specific point in time. However, there are many variables that can significantly change the forecast. The usefulness of the fiscal model lies in incorporating the current budget and economic assumptions, developing a view of the general financial direction resulting from budget decisions that are made now. The fiscal model is not a precise prediction of future results. It is used to identify longer-term trends and potential financial challenges. With proper planning and vision towards the future, adjustments can be made well in advance of potential financial problems. Currently, there is a rising level of uncertainty regarding the country's economic condition, and several negative factors, including inflation, equity market returns, and rising interest rates, could significantly alter the fiscal model forecast. Staff will continue to closely monitor these conditions and incorporate all known changes into the forecast. And staff would caution that the fiscal model projections will likely be revised down in the coming months if the current risk factors continue to deteriorate. It is important to understand the assumptions being used in producing the fiscal model, and I would like to go over what is in the model and what has not yet been included. In the fiscal model are all the new costs detailed in the operating budget memo, all strategic plan costs. We are including development activity at a slower pace in the final 8 years of the projection. The fiscal model includes CalPERS pension and retiree medical data as of June 2021. The impact of higher inflation in the short term is included, but not persistent long-term high inflation. And finally, we have placeholders for the expected operating costs for the Vineyards Amphitheater and Sand Creek Complex. As for what is not in the fiscal model, we don't have sales tax and property tax from any new major retailer or hotel. We don't have revenue increases from development at the Innovation Center at Brentwood. We don't yet have financial support that may be required for the operation of the affordable housing program. And we have not included any potential additional pension paydowns. And what is probably our biggest concern, we do not yet have data on the CalPERS investment performance in the current year and are using June 2021 data for our long-term cost projections. CalPERS has thus far certainly underperformed their target, which would raise city costs starting in a few years. And I will discuss this topic in more detail a bit later. This chart illustrates a summary of the annual results of the fiscal model projection, showing the balance of the general fund 30% reserve in blue and the budget stabilization balance in green. You can see in the chart that general fund 30% reserve grows steadily over the 10-year period as expenditures grow, and the balance increases to about $27 million at the end of the 10 years, or about $700,000 per year. And the 30% reserve is maintained in each of those years. The Budget Stabilization Fund in green plays a key role in balancing the city's long-term forecast. The fund was established to be drawn down over time to offset rising pension and retiree medical costs over the next decade, and to provide the funds required to maintain the general fund 30% reserve as it increases each year. After the budget stabilization balance increases in the 2-year budget timeframe, the fiscal model shows that in the 8 subsequent fiscal years, annual expenses will exceed annual revenues by about $600,000 a year, requiring an annual draw from the budget stabilization balance. And this is consistent with estimates provided in financial updates over this past year. At the end of the forecast, the fiscal model projects that about $7.4 million will remain in the Budget Stabilization Fund. One way that the city can reduce its future costs is by paying down unfunded obligations. The city participates in the CalPERS Defined Benefit Pension Plan. In a defined benefit plan, retirees received a pre-established pension amount regardless of investment returns earned. And while contributions are needed to pay future benefits and they come from employees, the city, and investment earnings, the city has to step in and make up the difference when investment earnings fall short. And this can result in unfunded liabilities and uncertain future costs. So as a part of a strategy to address these unfunded liabilities, city policy requires that half of any general fund surplus at the end of a fiscal year be used for an additional payment towards unfunded obligations. And while this requirement is suspended during this continuing declared emergency, staff is recommending that the pause be lifted for 21-22 should a surplus be realized. As mentioned earlier, staff is proposing that over the next 2 years, $3 million of the budget stabilization balance be used to make pension or retiree medical pre-funding payments to help reduce future costs. And as a reminder, these payments are not new expenses or benefits, but rather payments towards obligations already incurred. These payments would reduce costs in the future, with the city expecting full payback in the next 10 to 15 years. As a result of prior pension paydowns and modified employee benefit tier levels, pension and retiree medical costs will eventually come down over the longer term. And this chart shows how the strategy of making pension paydowns has worked well for the city over the years. The blue line shows the projected expenditures for these costs based on June 2021 data from CalPERS. And you can see a relatively flat cost in the intermediate term, followed by a significant drop in about 13 years. However, as noted earlier in the presentation, current unfavorable financial market conditions make it unlikely that CalPERS will make their investment return target of 6.8% this fiscal year. The red line on the chart shows what the city's cost would be if CalPERS ends up with a 0% return in fiscal year 21-22. And although it would not impact this upcoming 2-year operating budget, you can see that on the red line that this scenario would drive citywide cost increases of about $2 million per year in about 5 years. And while there are still a couple of months to go in the fiscal year and market conditions could change, this illustrates how one variable can have major impacts on the fiscal model results and why fiscal caution is recommended at this time. I will now highlight new and significant cost increases included in the draft budget. So all of the costs on these upcoming slides are already included in the draft budget for your consideration. Starting with the general fund, the Parks Department is requesting one position, a project services specialist, for the implementation of the strategic plan. And this position would focus on project management for those strategic plan projects, such as the Sand Creek Sports Complex, Vineyards Amphitheater, and Creekside Park pickleball courts, restrooms at Creekside and Garin. The position would also focus on long-term projects identified in the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan, assist with park planning, provide support for ongoing replacement program, and perform grant writing and management. The position would have an ongoing general fund cost of approximately $155,000 a year. Human Resources is requesting that 3 strategic plan initiatives included in the current strategic plan be adopted and funded as annual ongoing programs. And these 3 initiatives include internship, career development, diversity and inclusion programs that total about $43,000 in 22-23 and $49,000 in 23-24. Economic Development is recommending carrying over current year strategic plan initiative budgets totaling about $262,000, which are funds that will not be spent by the end of this fiscal year. The carryover would allow these initiatives to be completed in the upcoming fiscal year instead. These initiatives include creating a vision for downtown of the future, beautification programs, economic development action plan implementation, and parcel disposition plan. Other new general fund budget items include a placeholder in fiscal year 22-23 for election costs of $130,000 and legal services cost of $50,000 for a proposed ballot initiative as directed by the City Council. Now, these cost estimates have since been revised upward, and the final operating budget will include an additional $100,000 to cover these increased anticipated costs. Additionally, a placeholder budget of $50,000 in fiscal year 22-23 and $51,500 in 23-24 has been included in the draft budget for translation services. And finally, the Parks and Recreation Department is requesting a one-time budget of $47,000 for the purchase of 2 vehicles, one for use by the recreation coordinators for transportation to city recreation facilities, and one for use by the parks planner to manage various parks projects. While not new costs or cost increases, the operating budget draft includes the proposed renewal of general fund grant contributions to the Family Justice Center, Delta Community Services, and the Senior Nutrition Program. These costs are presented here to ensure Council is aware of these ongoing funding allocations in the proposed budget. Looking now at new budget requests in other funds, as detailed in the operating budget memo, approximately $1.5 million is being requested for the upgrade or purchase of new vehicles and equipment in the enterprise, fleet, and facilities maintenance funds. New vehicles and equipment are requested due to growth in the city, such as a solid waste collection truck for new routes. New vehicles are also required in response to new state regulations, such as new solid waste trucks for organic waste collection. The draft budget also includes a proposed $165,000 in each fiscal year in the water enterprise budget for drought education and outreach materials and lawn conversion incentives in anticipation of drought conditions persisting in the upcoming fiscal years. The Facilities Replacement Fund accumulates resources to provide funding for major maintenance of city facilities, and although expenditures from the fund are planned in advance and are part of regular operations, there are significant maintenance projects for city facilities being proposed as shown on the slide. As detailed in the operating budget memo, the proposed budgets include amounts for painting, wall repair, plumbing, HVAC, and other significant scheduled maintenance of the facilities. The Facilities Replacement Fund has sufficient resources to accommodate the proposed budget. Now I would like to go over a few of the budget watch concerns staff will be monitoring over the coming months. Although the economy rebounded from the pandemic, the strength of the current recovery is being threatened by historically high inflation rates and supply chain issues. This is already impacting our construction and infrastructure costs. In the US, there are warning signs flashing in the equity and credit markets, and the US gross domestic product shrank in the first quarter of 2022. In addition to these concerns, recent geopolitical events have the potential to increase inflation and economic slowdown concerns. The mix of current risk conditions is unprecedented, and fiscal prudence is recommended while this high level of uncertainty persists. The first fiscal year in the operating budget draft includes the funding necessary to manage the impacts from higher rate of inflation. Should decades-high inflation levels persist beyond next fiscal year, budget amendments may be required in 23-24. And as discussed earlier, the city's future pension costs are heavily dependent upon the investment returns earned by CalPERS. As of late April, staff estimated that CalPERS annual earnings are near 0% and conditions have worsened since that time. And while annual returns will vary, the fiscal model utilized the June 2021 data, and future pension costs are likely underestimated. This is another factor that adds to economic uncertainty, as the city will have little control over future pension increases levied by CalPERS to make up for investment shortfalls. All 9 Barry counties are in a severe drought condition, as is over 95% of the entire state. And as of mid-April 2022, Northern California's snow water content was 29% of normal. The state could call for mandatory water restrictions in the coming months in response to these conditions, and any restriction on water use can have an adverse impact on the Water Enterprise Fund revenues. And the City Council will be updated as needed in the months to come on this developing issue. Past due utility accounts continue to run significantly higher than normal due to prior state-imposed pandemic restrictions on collection efforts, including a water shutoff moratorium. As of the end of April 2022, past due balances were about $900,000 higher than what was typical pre-pandemic. Although staff applied for and received over $500,000 in state grant funding for water and wastewater past due accounts that was applied directly to eligible customer accounts, it is likely that the city will see increased uncollectible utility accounts and write-offs in subsequent fiscal years. Just a couple of items to note before wrapping up my presentation. Staff, I have identified a couple of changes that will be incorporated into the final operating budget book for council consideration in June. As mentioned previously, the city clerk's budget includes that placeholder of $180,000 for election costs. And since those cost estimates have been revised upward, the final operating budget will include that additional $100,000. Other changes which will need to be in the draft budget include a correction to the building replacement fund to reduce expenditures by $180,000 for a duplicate entry. We have a reduction in the wastewater fund for a change in the estimated cost of a capital expenditure, and updates to certain water CIP expenditures that will be presented with the CIP adoption in May. All changes from this draft budget book will be detailed in the staff report accompanying the final operating budget draft when it is brought to council in June. This concludes my presentation, and the next step in the budget process will be the presentation of the final CIP budget in May, on May 24th. And we'll bring back the final operating budget, including any direction received tonight, for your consideration of approval on June 14th. And the mid-year operating budget review will take place in January 2023. And any updates to the financial condition of the city will be presented as events warrant. Thank you so much for your attention. And at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Christine. Councilmember Mendoza.
Can we go, first of all, thank you for everything. You know, I appreciate you and your team and everything you guys do. I love it. We could do this all the time and I would be happy. But can we go to slide 17 real quick? Do you mind?
No problem.
I think that's where Parks is asking for a position. It's $155,000. I know that we had said, okay, like what positions do you guys need? Let us know. So we had already funded some roles. How many roles did Park and Rec get back then versus this one additional? I just want to understand what the total ask was out of Park and Rec.
I believe that they had one park maintenance person that was allocated to the citywide park district fund.
Uh-huh. So just one maintenance. So this would be two more people kind of that we've added this year, right?
I believe the park maintenance was added for current workload, and this ask is specific to the workload created in terms of the projects for the strategic plan specifically.
Okay. Then the next slide, and forgive me if I'm not well versed on the beautification. So I know we did beautification grants. What exactly is this versus the grants that we had done? Like, and I'm talking about the 96,555 expand beautification program for downtown. And I'm not sure if you know this or Park and Rec needs to get on for it. Sorry.
I think Josh is available for my understanding, and he can clarify some more if he's being promoted, that both of the beautification programs were the ones that we recently talked about, but this would be monies that were not able to be spent through 21-22. So it was whatever the original budget and then carried over. And specifics about the program itself would be Josh.
Okay. Josh, do you know why we didn't spend this and what exactly was this earmarked for? Do you have any details on it?
Great, thank you. I'm also joined by Darren Gill, our Assistant City Manager. So good evening, Mayor, Council members. Yes, so in regards to the downtown beautification program, we have funding committed, I believe, of $50,000 to the commercial beautification and facade improvement grant program. We're currently engaged. The council has selected grantees currently in contract. The world right now of construction, designers, materials is very complicated. And so we're seeing some delays in the current rollout of the program for downtown as well as the citywide. So there will be some rollover. We're asking you to roll over to whatever available funding there is right now to roll it over. In addition, there's $71,555 of that total amount that was designated as downtown beautification, which would be projects that would be approved by the full city council at your direction. Some of the considerations that we previously talked about, but we still haven't refined at the staff level, would be a redesign of our downtown lights in the core, which have an operating cost to us annually, as well as some optimizations after we become Main Street America certified, maybe some beautification items like banners and that sort of thing.
Okay, that was my question about that. And what exactly was this was 71 out of the 95. What was the other 20 something for? What exactly? I'm not sure. I might have missed what you just said. Sorry.
No, it's a great question. I believe we had $50,000 for the downtown beautification program. So we're expecting between now and June 30 to spend $25,000, and then we'll roll over $25,000, which would be unspent, but it is currently obligated to your grantees that you've selected.
Okay, so we assigned 50,000. We gave out 50,000 of grants, but only 20 something of it has been exercised by the people that we granted it to.
Yes.
Okay. Do we know is there hesitation from anyone to use their beautification grants?
No, we have grantees that are in the design process in the downtown, and some are just going through feasibility. These, this is our first time rolling this project out or program out in the last 5 or so years, if not more. And so we're going through the motions of working with usually smaller landlords, smaller business owners, just to help facilitate them and getting their projects moving forward.
Okay. And then my last question is about the Vineyard Amphitheater, and I'm not sure who can answer that. I feel like we've been hearing about this Vineyard Amphitheater for a long time. When is that going to happen? Because like we keep seeing it, but we don't see anything coming to fruition. What is the target timeline to start on that project? I mean, I remember we had an online like webinar for residents and we got feedback and this last year, but I haven't heard anything. So I'm not sure if Bruce is on the line or Darren or Tim can answer that. And I know you're going to be busy, so I'm glad you're getting another head count to help you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. So yes, the amphitheater has been on the books for a while as far as moving forward with the development of the amphitheater. So we took on a design consultant in 2020 to move forward with 30% design. So that 30% design is wrapping up right now. It's pretty much completed. And right now we also have a CEQA consultant on board to do the environmental evaluation. So that is going on. And when that environmental is complete, the 30% design will come back to the council to move forward. So we're looking at the possibility of starting construction, I think, in this next fiscal year, or as we move forward in the next calendar year, as that CEQA process is complete.
Great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Rary.
Yes, I'd like to get Josh back on because I still need some clarification regarding the economic development funds. Let me get back to my questions. So it says expand beautification program for downtown at 96,555. So you're saying we gave 50,000, only 25,000 of the grants that we have given have been used. The other 25,000, the grantees are delayed in getting those 25,000 done. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yes. We don't. Based on a June 30th cutoff, we project that there will be a need to roll forward, and that those projects will take a little bit more time than what we originally envisioned of being June 30th.
Okay, so and then the 71,555, that was the for the lights in the downtown.
Yes.
I guess I'm confused by the verbiage expand beautification. To me, that's we're going to expand it and do more above and beyond, not that these are things that we've already had. So maybe a rollover versus expand or an extension, time extension. And the city-owned part, the citywide, so it says develop a citywide beautification program, 40,000. So what does that mean?
Sure. Along the same vein, we probably could elaborate a little bit more on the particular title. So I think this is just a carryover title from fiscal year 21-22, our current year. And so this is your active city council approved commercial beautification program. We allocated through council $100,000. We anticipate to hopefully spend $60,000 by June 30th, and we'd anticipate a rollover of $40,000 for those grantees that are still working out the details.
Okay, so the next thing is create a vision for the downtown of the future, 40,000. Aren't we already doing that through the specific plan? Why do we need another 40,000?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to comment on that particular item. So we do have grant funding available should the city council seek to finalize the specific plan process for downtown. And those grants are available through the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as ABAG MTC, which should cover our full cost of future consultant work should the council decide to move forward. Some of the items that we're thinking is that once the specific plan is approved, it would be nice to be able to have some flexibility to work with property owners, potential developers, to be able to attract them into the downtown core. And what we'll be focusing on is commercial office, retail, and potentially entertainment related projects to help carry that vision forward from the specific plan to focus them in on potential development sites and attract new investment and new development into the downtown.
Okay.
This would be a
grant that we're receiving to do this?
No, ma'am. This would be out of your strategic initiatives as a carryover. So it's currently on the books, and we would love to be able to flush this out with council's direction in carrying us over into the next 2 years.
Okay, and let me see. Implement the Economic Development Action Plan, 50,000. What part of the Economic Development Action Plan are we implementing?
Sure. So our plan is to supplement the City Council's strategic related goals and economic development goals for the Innovation Center, as well as commercial and jobs generating development. So our focus would be on enhancing and providing marketing buys and through publications, events, and other resources that allow the economic development staff to go and attract new investment through commercial and jobs related growth into the Innovation Center as well as within the city. So we would see that as probably the significant focus. This would be a resource to economic development staff to have a little bit of flexibility on top of our operating budget to really enhance the level of services, the level of marketing, and other actions that relate to really attraction of commercial development into the Innovation Center and through town.
And this is something we've already approved.
This has been on the books in terms of a placeholder for the last 2 fiscal years with your strategic initiative process. Some of the areas of interest that would be focusing on would be technology, healthcare, medical device manufacturing, as well as an emerging market for life sciences, which is significant right now in the Bay Area. And so we'd like to get into those markets, those different publications and those trade associations to enhance our marketing reach in addition to what we'd already planned.
Okay. All right, I think that's it for you. I've got some for, there was another one on here. It says city-owned parcel plan, $35,000. Can somebody tell me what that was for?
Yeah, Councilmember, Councilmember, that is for the, as we try to sell city-owned parcels. So the tech center is one. Then we have a variety of other former redevelopment agency properties, successor agent properties. So we might need to update appraisals, perform a phase 1. And so the cost is associated with going through the process to sell those properties.
Okay. And where are we with that?
So Tech Center was the first one. And then once, now that we've have some direction on that, we're working on the next ones. I forget exactly the exact number, but we have a number of them, but we are working on Brentwood Boulevard. That is one parcel that we're working on. The second one is behind the old, I guess that's a Safeway building. And then a third one also along Brentwood Boulevard and the railroad tracks. We have a person that's interested. So those are the next 3 that will be coming to the city to declare surplus property and go through the process of selling them. And we can create a full timeline for all of them.
Okay. All right. All right. So that's, I think I'm not sure that there's anything else I need from that. I do have a question regarding the women's club at 648 2nd Street. We turned this project down last year when it was first suggested as a site for the Downtown Business Coalition office. It came out in at an astronomical amount, and even this amount, $180,000 for plumbing and HVAC for a 760 square foot building. $180,000 for plumbing and HVAC. I just got HVAC for my 3,700 square foot home, and it was only $10,000. So I'm not sure what exactly we're paying for $180,000 and why the project is back in our budget when we turned it down last year?
I think to speak to the amount would be Public Works, but I think that part of the problem was, I think, the communication in terms of knowing that the information that we weren't moving forward with it. I think that got, lost in the translation a little bit, like a communication problem, Councilmember Rary. Okay. But in terms of the estimated cost, I'm not sure, and we're certainly willing to take your direction. And we don't want to put anything in the budget that shouldn't be moving forward. And apologize if that was not flown through the entire budget. In terms of the amounts that was submitted through the Public Works Department, so I don't have any contract experience. Yeah, but we'll take that note for sure, and if that's your direction to remove that budget, we'll certainly do that. I apologize if there was misunderstanding there.
Yeah. Nikki, you were going to say something?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Yeah, it's my understanding that we have money set aside in replacement funds, and we need to be ready in the event that buildings like the old Women's Center is leased. And you are right, it is a lot of money. It might actually be better just to demo that building, given the issues of
the same thing.
Right, the electrical, the HVAC, the plumbing. Again, it might honestly be better just to demo that if we get someone interested in that property at least. But it's my understanding that we need to make sure we've got money ready to go in the event that that building is leased. Right now, there are no plans to do any HVAC, plumbing, any work on that building. Obviously, there's no lessor or anyone interested in leasing that building. So there's no plan right now to do any work. We just want to make sure the money's, it's my understanding we want to make sure the money is ready to go in the event that someone is interested.
Okay, or you could just sell the house like they do downtown, and like they did Barbara Bonningson's house across the street that got revamped.
Right.
Perry Brothers just redid a house down there too. All right. So as far as drought incentives, so there wasn't a dollar amount in the operation when I was going through it. But there's 165,000. Is that for lawn conversion incentives, or is that 165,000 that popped up during her presentation for something else?
It's actually for a menu of drought response water conservation measures. So the last drought, we actually had quite a menu where businesses and residents could apply for rebates. Lawn conversion was probably the most popular one among residents, but it also includes things like installing higher energy washers, low flow toilets, converting spray irrigation to drip irrigation, removal of pools, installing pool covers. So there's a whole menu of possible or potential rebates. So it's all included in that 165,000. Okay.
And then let me see. I think I've got another one for you. So it said for fiscal year 2022-23, the budget includes $8 million for the Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure Project. Don't we have $11.8 million budgeted for that already?
We do. There's approximately 1.7 already in the prior allocation. So you know that we've actually finished up the design, and there's an estimated $2 million for fiscal year 23-24. So if you add all three of those, it's about $11.8 million.
Okay. And let's see. I think that the other thing that it was kind of weird, because on page 42 under strategic initiatives, it says explore state route for sound study mitigation measures. But didn't include the sound wall in there. But then when it did get to on page 177, when it did get to the sound wall, it said it would be 50% completion in fiscal year 22 23 with the other 50 and 23, 24. Wasn't this supposed to be a priority project along with the parking garage?
Yes, it is supposed to be a priority project. So it's my understanding we probably just missed adding the words including raising the lower portion of this existing sound wall, because it is spelled out in the public works section. The idea being that the sound wall, raising the sound wall would be completed in fiscal year 22-23, but the other efforts that we're doing with Caltrans and CCTA would be completed in 23-24, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's it. All right. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. And it's not for you. It is, I was curious, on page 23, it goes down through a breakdown of the different races within our city or ethnic background, but yet it didn't have Hispanic Latino in there. It had white, it had other, it had black, it had Asian. Are they included in with the white or?
Yeah, Councilmember, that's a really good note. And I think that the graph source that we have didn't break it down. We're pulling information from where we can get it. And what we'll do is we'll take that note and we can update that chart to, correctly reflect, more categories in that particular graph. So we're going to take that note and make updates for the final version. That's no problem at all. And a good note for us. So thank you.
And I want to just really thank you and your entire department and all of the departments. This is a lot of work to put this together, and you guys bring it together as a nice complete package. And I think it makes it easy for our residents to look at and understand, and we're fiscally responsible. And I think that above all is important, and it's because of your department that we are able to have the financial edge that we do over all of the communities around us. And so I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I just have to point out that the majority of the really good decisions come through council policy. And we appreciate you supporting us on strong financial policies that do put us in this position. And thank you for that support, because that's really important as we kind of start the process with good fiscal policies that have been set by City Council. And that's kind of our springboard. So we appreciate it, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I have a question for Darren based on something he said when he was speaking to Councilmember Rary. Darren, you mentioned the surplus properties and someone's interested in a property, and we spend money on appraisals and things like that. When someone's interested in a property, do we put it out on the market for everyone who wants to bid on it, like is interested in it, or do we just go with the person that's approaching the city directly?
No, we will be coming back to you and ask that we put out an RFP.
Okay, perfect. So we put it on the market, and then the market has the availability to purchase, and we get the most we can, right?
Correct. The only time that it might be different is, say that you have an adjacent property owner that talks about a successor agency property, but I don't see any of those at the current time.
Okay, that was one question. And then my other question kind of piggybacks on Councilmember Rary's also about the women's building there. It sounds, I guess if it's in such disrepair, and I know it's an old building, so it probably has a lot of history, but and it sounds like it's more than the HVAC that we need. Why do we keep band-aiding it instead of just like fixing, like, should we sell it? Like how much more do we have to put into it to ever even rent it out and make it something? And how much would we have to rent it out to pay back all of that investment? Or are we better off just selling it? Like, should we fix the HVAC, or should we review, the benefits? I mean, I don't know.
I don't think there is HVAC in there.
Okay, so it's like,
those are all the right questions. Why don't we put this? I'll just add this to a future agenda, and we could bring back more information on the building, the history, all of the potential issues with it, and get some direction from the council whether you want to sell it or fix it or lease it, those kinds of things. And I'll schedule that myself probably in the next month or two.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yep, great point.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I just want to see if who could answer this. In regards to the translation services, I could see it's we have allocated 50,000. What does that look like? What does that include with the 50,000? Is that during just council meetings? Is it outside workshops and trainings that the city hosts, community outreach? What does that actually look like?
So the translation services that we're currently proposing, the first main project would be the housing element. So as we work through that project, it would be used to have translators at those events. And this did not include translation services for city council meetings. And then we believe as new projects come forward, they will include a budget for translation, but we believe that 50,000 will be able to cover the needs for the projects that are currently underway and that did not have a budget for translation services. And when I speak of translation services and the housing element, similar to the joint city council planning commission meeting, where we'd have a separate channel, or if it's in person, we would have headphones for people to be able to hear the meeting in Spanish.
Yeah, because I know those meetings. I mean, when we had talked about it, it was pretty expensive. Do you know how long that 50,000 would take us in regards to maybe some of the workshops and meetings that you're looking at having them participate in?
Rough numbers, it could be anywhere between a few thousand to $10,000 a meeting. It really just depends. And we're working on, bringing in the best contractor that we can find that will provide it at a reasonable price.
Okay, so we don't have a contractor specifically right now. We're just putting 50,000 within that budget so that when we do encounter or find one, we would use that for that. We just don't have exactly a contractor itself.
Correct. I'm working with a couple folks right now, and they've provided us some proposals, and I'm reviewing them.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. I believe it will probably be a tag team between you, Christine, and Mickey regarding the somewhat counterintuitive financial process of restoration of providing our water enterprise fund, restoring that based upon the financial impact numbers that the drought restrictions in the past brought. Do we have a ballpark figure of anticipated deficit based upon what happened last time should we encounter the same type of drought restrictions? What kind of number is that? And if you could talk just a minute about the process of having to raise rates when we've saved water. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to a lot of people, and I think maybe more information might be a little helpful.
I think on the rate side, I can let Mickey talk to that situation. I just know that currently the water fund has recovered fully from the last drought situation. We have our 30% cash reserve. We're in a good position now. It did take a couple of years to kind of dig out from the last impacts of the drought. I can't give you an exact number. I'd have to go back. It could be comparable. It may not. It depends on restrictions. But also we have an increased population. So it is a significant hit, but we would be bringing you reports, as we go along and keeping you apprised of what's going on in the water fund. And I think, Mickey, if you can talk to the counterintuitiveness of increased costs with less use, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely. So this is where on one hand, we've always been encouraging our customers to conserve water. It's good for the environment. It's good for the city. On the other hand, if there are mandates that require further restrictions and people start really ratcheting back on water use, that really impacts our revenue, and our expenditures are always going up, right? The amount of effort to treat water, all the regulatory issues, they just keep going up. And we've already mentioned about supply chain issues and cost of construction. All these keep going up, and yet if our revenue goes down, this is where we get into this weird catch-22. On one hand, if we mandate severe conservation, it impacts us on the rate side. So instead of doing that, what we've really been focusing is encouraging conservation. This rebate program, we think this is going to be a good win. We've been encouraging our customers to utilize, our recycled water fill stations, a very popular facility where people can get, where Brentwood customers and residents can get recycled water for free after getting some training. So you're right. We're very mindful and very sensitive to this dichotomy. We'll keep track of what comes out of the state over the next couple months with the ongoing drought and adjust accordingly. The good thing about Brentwood, and this is pretty unique among other cities, is that we've got really good water rights, appropriative water rights, and we've got really good infrastructure. We've got a really good partnership with Contra Costa Water District that can also provide us water. And then we have a very diverse water infrastructure. So we can get water from the Delta. We've got wells we can rely on. We've got recycled water for irrigation. So there's a lot of things at play. And to your point, we're very mindful of the impacts to our customer from this drought.
Thank you. And thank you, Christine. As usual, you do an outstanding job presenting this. I know it's a lot of work. If there are no further clarifying questions of staff at this time, we will open public comments. And I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see one hand raised. Let me go ahead and share the timer screen. And I'll call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. It wouldn't be a meeting without you and me here. So welcome. I had a question, and I think I brought this up at the last City Council meeting, having to do with beautification and safety. And this is, there are parts of Fairview, Lone Tree, and Empire, and a lot of the main boulevards that don't have sidewalks. And I, for the life of me, do not understand why we're not looking at that. Having sidewalks allows for people to walk safely and not have to navigate uneven territory. And also it allows for bike riding to get from one side of the city to the other, which also improves our score on, I think it's on websites that they do studies of how foot traffic and bike traffic friendly cities are. And I know right now, like, we can get to a lot of places on bikes, but there's a lot of places where you're going to blow a tire, or you're going to sprain an ankle, or you're going to get hit by a car. And I would think, since downtown got so much COVID money for awnings and outside seating and all that, I mean, what else is there left to beautify downtown? I mean, it is beautiful. We have the beautiful new library. All these wonderful restaurants have their awnings and their outside seating, which is going to be very helpful once this wind dies down and the temperatures go up a little. What else is there left to do? There's other areas of Brentwood that could really use some help. So, again, downtown, I think we're pretty done with downtown. We don't need directional signage. What we need is for the rest of Brentwood to have a chance to get some of those monies to be able to improve their appearance. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. If we could have someone from staff address the concerns. I know we've had conversations regarding sidewalks quite often in some of our recent meetings. If we could get someone to address what we are trying to accomplish and the reasons in some cases that it may. Mickey.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council and the public. Yes, I love sidewalks, and the comment is correct. There are a lot of areas in town, including some of our arterial streets, that are lacking sidewalks and bike lanes. There's a couple points to note. Usually it's development that constructs bike lanes and sidewalks when they develop. So if there's large tracts of land adjacent to an arterial road that doesn't have bike lanes or sidewalks, we require the developer to construct these improvements. And most of the sidewalks and bike lanes here in town were actually constructed by developers as part of their development. Now, that being said, yes, we do have impact fees we collect for sidewalks. We do go after grants for sidewalks. Fairview Avenue is a great example. There's a missing section of sidewalk along the east side of Fairview. We've tried twice to try to go after grants. Both times have failed. Mr. Kersevan has tried a third time, and we finally got it. We finally got some grant funding. It still needs to go through the County Board of Supervisors before we can get that money. Other projects like Sand Creek Extension, Lone Tree, Brentwood Boulevard, all of these big projects that are in the books right now, they are using up almost all of our roadway impact fees. And it's not just sidewalks, it's sidewalks and new roads and bike lanes. So a lot of our impact fees and projects are going to construct new roadways. And I don't know if that really answers the question, but we are very mindful of the need of bike lanes and sidewalks. To the extent we can, we will construct it, or we'll go after grants to construct it, or we'll rely on development to construct it, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. Is there any further council discussion at this time? Councilmember Mendoza.
Well, Mickey, don't go away yet. So just clarification on what you just said. Is the section of Fairview that you're referring to, and Mickey, you're gone from the camera, so I don't know if you're still there, but are you referring to the portion between Sand Creek and San Jose?
Yes.
Okay, so so the next step is it goes to the Board of Supervisors, they say yes or no, and then it happens if they say yes.
Yeah, so this was a competitive grant that promotes pedestrian safety throughout the county. So it's a local grant. It goes to the mayor's group, and it goes to the Board of Supervisors for final approval.
Okay, and you probably know why I'm asking you to like this.
Yes. We've had many people ask about that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. You're going to make a lot of people very, very happy. Thank you.
Is there any further council discussion? And if not, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for your outstanding work as usual. We are adjourned. See you at the council meeting in about an hour. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 10th, 2022 regularly scheduled City Council meeting. It does look like we have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. If you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentation, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received 8 written public comments prior to the meeting. Share my screen. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have 5 hands raised. I'll start with Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Well, good evening. All of you have no doubt heard about the Planning Commission and the erroneous information provided last week regarding Orchard. I shouldn't have to point out what everyone knows, but this does need to be on the record. Bottom line, Shea does not want a traffic survey or anything that causes them to lose money, and staff is willing to help. I'm often called on and asked to back down because of my harsh tone, and staff's doing a tough job and all of that. But it makes it difficult when a traffic engineer implies that we are a one-car city, traffic isn't that bad, and staff approves the recommendation without any hint of rigor. What's frustrating about this particular episode is that I did a Google search, found it on old.brentwoodca.gov. And if I was able to do slides tonight, you'd see it. If you're interested, you can just go to the Alliance page, either on Facebook or Nextdoor. But I've spent hours of my life digging into information that helps our community, only to be disappointed by staff, most of whom don't live here, providing incomplete or omitted documentation, all to the developer's interest. I demand a future consent item that includes a breakdown from our city manager explaining how these conclusions for Orchard were made. And case in point, we need to reinforce ordinances that will force developers to do things that address our time. Has nothing to do with SB 9, SB 10, density, all those little nice catchphrases, all right? Case in point, has anyone seen any data regarding an EIR? Drought tolerance, fire and safety. You're putting on a property that was slated for X, Y number of homes, you're putting more. It's physics. There should be an EIR simply because of that. That has changed. The same thing that's going to happen at Bluebird. These are things that the state can't stop us from doing. So to hide behind, oh, the state is making us do this, that's baloney. City attorney needs to look into this if that is indeed the case, because if it is, then why are we even having any reports along those lines? And I'm running out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, I believe, is Yildiz, and I believe that Keith will speak immediately following her.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant, City Council, and the city staff. We are here again for the same subject about the former golf course of Deer Ridge. I want to repeat my opposition to any new attempts to rezone or change in the uses of the closed Deer Ridge golf course. This land is either open space or special use as a golf course only. Under the conservation easement transfer, Suncoast donated the DR golf course land to his brother's nonprofit organization, WBA. Suncoast received thousands of dollars in tax write-offs from this gift. WBA is now proposing new uses for this land. They are looking to profit from the DR golf course land by selling the golf course land to homeowners. Open space cannot be part of someone's backyard. You cannot rezone or change in the uses. I strongly object to attempts by WBA to sell lot extension of this land. WBA is proposing agribusiness, microgrid, hydrogen battery storage, drones, and a restaurant. Did I miss any other nonsense ideas being proposed in our backyard? Open space is not agriculture. I strongly oppose any efforts to redefine open space to include agricultural activities. They are not the same thing. When is the city going to stop this nonsense? Why even consider such an application and wasting the time of our city staff and tax dollars? You are wasting our time and energy for the last several years. WBA don't even pay taxes. They are nonprofit. Last several years, we got tired of Suncoast and WBA disturbing the peace of Deer Ridge residents. The wolf may change his clothes, but it is still a wolf. This is a residential area with an elementary school. We bought our home knowing that it is an open space according to general plan and given permission to have a golf course. Now the golf course is closed and it has reverted to open space, period. Can you please tell me when are you going to demolish the clubhouse building? We asked the same question at the June 9, 2020 City Council meeting. That building was built for the golf course. Now the golf course is closed, the land has returned to open space, and all the buildings built for golf course operation need to be demolished and removed. In addition, how come that building is allowed to use by a realtor as a business location at this time? Is there a permit with the city to change the use of this facility? I appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I believe the next speaker was Keith on the same line.
All right, great, thank you. I won't be speaking for 3 minutes, but I would also like to reiterate, I'm a Deer Ridge resident and our home backs onto the closed golf course. I would like to reiterate my opposition to any rezone or change in the uses of the closed Deer Ridge golf course land. As a closed golf course, this land has reverted to its original purpose, open space, as designated in the city's general plan. Once again, I understand the World Business Academy, WBA, is trying to develop this for for agritourism, restaurants, green energy technologies, a microgrid, etc., in direct contravention of the open space designation. I am also opposed to any increase in the lot sizes of Deer Ridge homes, as this would involve rezoning or a change in the uses of parcels of this open space. Finally, it should be made clear that open space is not agriculture. This is a false equivalency being promoted by WBA and some city officials. Neither WBA nor Suncoast have been good neighbors for Brentwood. The Brutico brothers have done nothing for Deer Ridge or Shadow Lakes residents except to cause anxiety and frustration. The city should soundly reject any proposals coming from these individuals and their organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I will be very quick. First, I want to mention that I support Gilda's and Kit's comment around Deer Ridge Golf Course and the land use that's being currently attacked over there. Also, I want to express my opposition to the Bluebird Village project. I spoke several times on this and my comments stay the same, so I won't take any more of your time with that. I hope you remember every single thing I oppose about that particular project. Next, I would like to say regarding the 700 form for our Vice Mayor, Johnny Rodriguez. I took the opportunity to respond to the offer of his admin to ask for financial statements. I went to their website, one donation at a time, email admin@odatic.org on April 25th. I did not get any answer, not even an acknowledgement that my email has been received, as any professional administrator will do. So my next step is to go to FPPC and file a request to have this form sent to me if it actually exists. Next up, I want to mention that we have seen a lot of projects that have been submitted to the city bypassing local control. Every one of you should provide in the next meeting a full report how you fought and how you oppose and any actions you took to understand, oppose, and make the state laws taking away local control. I want that report to be provided by each one of you during the next council meeting. All I hear is our hands are tied. We cannot do anything. We don't want the city to get sued. But in the same time, we ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars to be put in some walls without any kind of explanation or pet projects and so on, instead of using those funds to find potentially.
The speaker's time was up. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Chuck Gray. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening again, city council meetings. Council meetings. Oh my God, I'm tired. It's almost the end of the school year. Excuse me. Number one, CB6, I read through the whole thing and it is only good through June 9th. I'm hoping that can be extended for several reasons. Number one, for those of us that have children and need to supervise the going to bed process, it is impossible for me to be downtown and be supervising go to bed at the same time. Number two, these meetings go for a long time sometimes, and sometimes the last agenda item at 11 or 12 p.m. are the ones that are really interesting and or important. And I really would prefer the opportunity to participate, to be able to do that at home. Three, there's a lot of people that don't like driving in the dark. It is unsafe, and parking in that parking garage is just not a safe thing to have happen. So maybe CB6 can be extended indefinitely. Number two, I'd like to reiterate a couple of things that I said at the workshop. Number two is sidewalks missing. There's lots of sidewalks missing in Brentwood For example, Lone Tree by Brentwood Boulevard, almost to Rose Garden Development. That's all built out, so there was no developer money to add sidewalks. Lone Tree from across Rose Garden past O'Hara to Brentwood Boulevard. Again, those areas are built, most of them are built out. People do travel down Brentwood Lone Tree to get to like Winco or to get to Walgreens. And it is really, really unsafe to try and ride your bike on the street. People drive like maniacs down Lone Tree, as we all know. And it's also unsafe to walk on the gravel. Third, downtown beautification. I mentioned this at the last meeting. It should be Brentwood beautification. People go to different areas, not just downtown, to dine and transact business. And what is left to beautify downtown after all the COVID grants that the lion's share went to downtown? I mean, I think we need to spread the love. We want all of Brentwood to get a facelift, not just downtown, which has already had several. They had the chin, the eyes, the nose. They're done. So when you take a look at those monies, please consider the rest of Brentwood as a participant in the facelift process. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chuck Gray, followed by Rod. Mr. Gray, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. I am a resident of the neighborhood where Bluebird Village is intended to be, the project is intended to go forward, and I just wanted to voice my opposition to it as well. I come from an area that had similar projects go on, and the things I've heard about the concerns with the traffic congestion, the improper scope of planning for the impact that's likely to happen, all rings very true to my experiences. We definitely do have already some congestion and traffic problems here, and bringing in such high density that goes directly against the planned development of the area is just a recipe for disaster. My wife and I moved here after carefully vetting out many areas. We love the area, and we really would like to know that we have trust in our city that they're going to stick to the promises they made in terms of what the plan is. And I'm surprised to hear that there's other areas that are also concerned, like Deer Ridge, that is concerned about the repurposing of land. When it comes to the intended use and what this is supposed to ease in terms of high density housing needs and things like that, my understanding is there's other areas in the cities that can accommodate this. And I haven't heard anything about the exploration of alternatives for something like Bluebird Village. And I'd really like to hear proposed what the alternatives could be instead of using that land for something that's not zoned for it. So I'd love to hear the council take some proactive steps and share with us what the alternatives are that are being investigated and how we're going to move forward without violating the trust of the city and the people who have, put their trust in you guys to take care of us all. I do appreciate the load that you're taking on, and I understand it is quite challenging. I just want you to know we do appreciate what you're doing, and we have put our faith and trust in you and look forward to a good outcome for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Mike. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I see that Dave Dolter is still on the Planning Commission, and that shames all of you. That shames all of us that love and care about Brentwood. It shames the city. But tonight I want to talk about Deer Ridge. WBA has come out here, and they've got a lot of plans. Some people like them, some people don't. But clearly what their intention is to redevelop some part of Deer Ridge for their own benefit. At first they were wanting to put houses, and we got them to back off of that. Now they're wanting to put lot extensions. They keep saying, well, if we don't have any money, how can we do anything? And I think they should have thought about that before they took over the property. The fact is that there has never been any appetite in this community for any kind of rezoning, and they know it because they don't bring these plans out. When they come to talk, they always talk about, the farm or the solar panels or the restaurant. And then it's like, oh, by the way, and I mean, they sandbagged me long ago with the houses. I had set up Zoom meetings for them on Facebook group, and they were talking all about their plans, and I was like, oh, these look pretty good, you know. And then at that meeting, they rolled out this plan to build 10 houses on the golf course, on golf course land, on the golf course. And so I was blindsided by that. And but you know, they backed off it, and then now they're talking about selling lots to people, and you know, we can't have that. If you expand people's lots and rezone residential, there's going to be ADUs out there. They're going to be tearing up the golf course. It's not right. So what I would say to you about WBA, as they present any plan to you, if there's any element of any rezone, just know that this neighborhood will not tolerate that. And you're hearing some of that tonight, and you're hearing it from me, and from Yildiz and Keith, and from several other people. That no rezone stands. We do not want to rezone. There's nothing they're offering us that is worth a rezone. What they do need to do is start maintaining the property better. They're letting it run down. They're not even keeping up the areas that are visible from the street. What we need to do is, and I would encourage every citizen listening that's in Deer Ridge or Shadow Lakes, start using that 24/7 app. Start taking pictures again. Start finding them, because I don't think the city of Brentwood is going to make the same mistake a second time and let them walk away from their fines. And I think the only way to get them moving, or at least working honestly on maintaining the property, is to go ahead and start the fines up again. They just have, I've kind of lost faith in them. I tried to work with them, and you know, this is what we get, is just more betrayal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike. Mike, go ahead.
Hi, this is Mike. Good evening. I'd just like to echo what Rod mentioned. I like to see the land stay open space and not be sold off into little lots to fund whatever they want to do. So yeah, I appreciate all the work that the people are doing to encourage an open space initiative. Just found out about that, and that sounds really good. I'm just not trusting the WBA or any of their plans. I think they'll take money from everybody, you know, for open space that's basically already ours, and run. They'll take the money and run, and it won't be a great project in the end. So yeah, I don't trust them, and I want it to stay open space. Thank you very much. That's it.
I see no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment and move into presentations. Item A1, presentation from Timothy Hale, the Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority. We'll provide an update on CCTA's programs and projects, as well as discuss CCTA's vision for the future. And it is really great to have Mr. Hale with us again tonight. Timothy, it's all yours.
Sorry about that. Took a little while to get back into the meeting after I was being promoted. Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Hale. I'm the Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority. Thank you for having me here this evening to kind of talk a little bit about what's happening at Contra Costa Transportation Authority. I'm actually the new Executive Director for CCTA. I actually started in late 2020. And I really wanted to just share with the city about what's happening at CCTA and kind of the vision that we kind of see for Contra Costa County, as well as some of the things that we're doing in the East Contra Costa County area, really benefiting the city of Brentwood. And so I've got a short presentation for all of you today. Let me share my screen. So the vision that we're working on at CCTA is to think about how we can do a better job of really connecting all of our communities together in Contra Costa County with transportation, really bringing personalized mobility options that are really connected and integrated with all the other different modal options that may be available to someone, whether that be transit, whether that be personal shuttles or first and last mile options, bike share, car share, but also making sure we do also key improvements for and addressing congestion on our major roads and highways for people that are driving as well. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about who CCTA is. We are a self-help county. We collect a half-cent sales tax in Contra Costa County for transportation programs and projects. Measure J, it started in 2009 and it sunsets in 2034, and it generates about $2.7 billion of funding for these programs here that you see on the screen, plus projects. And a lot of the programs we do is we do accessible transportation. We also manage our Contra Costa 501 program, which helps with commuter benefit programs such as bus passes or transit passes. Also, we fund BART. We also fund Safe Route to School projects and ferry service. And CCTA is really known for delivering large capital improvement projects. And you may be familiar with some of them. For example, all of the improvements along Highway 4, including the extension of BART out to Antioch, was all brought to you by Measure J and Contra Costa Transportation Authority. That was over $1 billion investment in East Contra Costa County to really help relieve congestion. Also, you might be familiar with the fourth bore of Caldecott Tunnel. And just recently, with Mayor Bryant, we just did a ribbon cutting for the long-awaiting McCollum pedestrian overcrossing in Brentwood. And so that's been a really exciting project to kind of see come to life. And we just broke ground on that. Not ribbon cutting, I'm sorry. We just broke ground on that in March of this year. And so the other thing that we were able to do is really leverage your Measure J dollars. So every dollar that we're able to collect from sales tax, we can attract and leverage state, regional, federal funds. And we've done a really good job of this by bringing a total of $5.6 billion of investment in capital projects. And what that means is we've delivered about 90% of our commitments in the transportation expenditure plan that voters approved back in 2004 for Measure J. So getting into more of our presentation, I truly believe that we're in this really tipping point in transportation. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has really highlighted this resiliency issue that we have in transportation. As you can tell, people are working from home. Congestion patterns have changed, although in some corridors we do see congestion patterns up to pre-pandemic levels. Transit is still recovering, and also our kids and people are walking and biking more in our county. Also, we are experiencing new climate change policies in California that's really driving and directing a lot of the different types of projects that we're actually working on. So one of the things that we're working on is Vision Zero. And as part of Vision Zero, we want to bring safer walking and biking to all in your local roads and streets. And so the CCTA board just adopted a Vision Zero implementation guide for the entire county. It really provides a toolbox for the cities to use and address and bring in safer streets and roads into your local communities. And this is really to address what we're hearing from the community is people want to walk more, they want to bike more. And by doing that, we have to be able to really provide the right infrastructure so people can do that safely. The other thing that we do through our Contra Costa 501 program is we provide a Street Smarts program. And we do this actually in your schools in the city of Brentwood and provide places where we can talk and educate students about how to safely navigate the road, make sure they're wearing their helmets, but also as they grow up and get their driver's licenses, making sure that they're aware of bicycles and pedestrians in our local streets. And so this is a really important program that really addresses from the younger ages all the way up to high school ages. And we work with the local schools in your community. The other thing that we're also really focused on is how can we better integrate transit? As you mentioned, I've been talking a lot about a more integrated system, an integrated transportation system. And so how can we look at our local roads, our highways, our park and rides, our BART stations, and how can we do a better job of connecting all of that together so people can get to places without having to use their car all the time? That also looks at ways we can create first and last mile opportunities. So being able to develop a network of share mobility hubs within your park and rides that can help and provide personalized mobility options for all. So that way someone has choices, they can make choices in everything, in their everyday commutes, or just to get to the grocery store or to the shopping or to the shopping center. The other aspect of this integrated concept is, as we're moving to zero emissions, both on the light duty, but particularly in this case, the heavy duty, making sure we're staying and doing a coordinated approach. In your area, Tri-Delta Transit is doing a fantastic job of really moving to hydrogen buses as well as electric buses to really address some of the greenhouse gas issues we have in California. Believe it or not, transportation actually contributes to about 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions and pollution in California. Another exciting thing that we're working on, and again, kind of coming from the concept of really integrating things together, is how can we really work with your local jurisdictions to develop a more countywide connected signal systems. I think we all hate when we're sitting in a red light and there's no one there. We're going, why are we here? And so we want to fix that at CCTA. We want to bring in technology and really use a more proactive approach to really optimizing our signal systems, coordinating them, using technology, but also prepare our local roads for the future, for transit signal priority systems, and also for emergency services, as well as evacuations if needed, but also making sure we're able to do a better job of detecting where those pedestrians and where those bicyclists are in those intersections so we can meet our Vision Zero goals, our commitment to zero fatalities in Contra Costa County. The other thing is, and you'll see this later in the presentation, but CCTA is really big on connected and autonomous vehicles, and we want to prepare the infrastructure to provide that connectivity for the future, I'll say, fleet of vehicles as we see, like, for example, if you're driving a car that has adaptive cruise control or blind spot detection, you're already driving a connected vehicle. And so how can we make your vehicle smarter using the infrastructure? Another aspect of program that we're working on is really, again, moving to that zero emission goal. And CCTA approved and adopted an electric vehicle readiness blueprint. And this is a toolkit that's available to all local jurisdictions that really maps out the future in terms of where electric vehicle charging stations should go in Contra Costa County. And Contra Costa County is actually one of the top 10 in terms of adopting electric vehicles here in California. And so we want to make sure we're keeping up with that rate of adoption, but also addressing equity concerns around electric vehicles by providing rebates. Also working with nonprofits and community colleges in terms of workforce development so people can learn how to work on electric vehicles as well as electric vehicle charging stations. Another important thing is accessible transportation and really mobility for all. And so in Contra Costa County, this statistic's about a couple years old, but about 14 to 15% of people in Contra Costa County are actually over the age of 65. And by the year 2035, that population is expected to double. And so we want to make sure that we're providing accessible transportation for all of our growing age community and making sure people are able to continue their quality life, maintain their health by getting to medical appointments, but also, getting to the grocery store or getting to the movie theater. And so it's going to be important to make sure we've got a coordinated, integrated approach for accessible transportation. So what are we doing? We're memorializing that all in this countywide transportation plan. We're literally kicking off this process right now. And this is where we really want to work closely with the local jurisdictions, as well as constituents and as well as the public, to really see how can we shape the future of transportation. I think we all agree that we have this tipping point. Things are changing. So how can we work together to understand what do you need to move around in Contra Costa County? And we're doing that through this countywide transportation plan, really identifying performance metrics, goals, strategies to really address the needs of transportation. And we just kicked off this process, and the process has taken about 18 to 24 months over time to really complete this overall county transportation plan and really helping shaping our future in transportation. One key aspect of the countywide transportation plan is really identifying routes of regional significance. And what that means is we want to develop a network of really major local regional roadways that we can really invest in and move people efficiently throughout the entire county. And these are corridors where CCTA can take a bigger role in to really help and support local jurisdictions, to help identify funding, but also help to plan, identify strategies, and design these local roads in this more connected environment, but also really incorporate a lot of the things that I talked about, Vision Zero, complete streets, kind of thinking about how to reprioritize our space to make these roadways more efficient in the future. And so this is a real key aspect of really identifying this really key network as we kind of look towards the future. As I mentioned, CCTA is really big about technology. CCTA actually manages a secure autonomous vehicle test bed at the former Concord Naval Weapons Station in City of Concord. And through that, we've learned a lot. We've learned how to work with the private sector. We've learned how to leverage technology to meet our goals as a county, as well as our sustainability goals. We also have looked and identified new personalized mobility options. Like, for example, on the right, that's a shared autonomous vehicle. We were the first organization to test and operate that in public roads in the state of California. And by doing that, we don't do this because it's really cool, it's really shiny and fun, but we're doing that to really solve a first and last mile problem. So if you can imagine one day that you could hail this vehicle, pick you up at your house, and take you to a BART station or to the grocery store or to the movie theater or to downtown, so you wouldn't necessarily have to use your car. And by really leveraging that technology, we're developing a lot of different programs. And this particular program I'm just going to share is Innovate 680. And this we have a lot of people from Brentwood and Eastern Contra Costa that use Highway 4 that then also use the 680 corridor. And so the 680 corridor is really our pilot test bed to really develop and integrate all of the transportation systems together in a systems of systems, if you will, to really provide this integrated network. And if you could imagine one day where you could put in a mobile application where you can say, okay, I'm going to go from an origin to a destination, it'll give you a suite of personalized mobility options that you would only have to walk to a half mile away from your house to a network of shared mobility hubs, get that particular personalized mobility option, whether that be a shuttle, maybe you have an Uber or a Lyft waiting for you, maybe you have a private shuttle waiting for you, maybe there's someone waiting to carpool with you, or there's maybe a bike or a bike share program. And so by having those options that are all seamless, integrated together, we'll move people more efficiently, meet our mode shift goals as we continue to grow as a county, and making sure that people are able to get to places more efficiently. So what we're working on is really taking that approach and applying it to Highway 4. So we're in the process of really developing a vision for East Contra Costa County. We've developed a number of studies. Particularly, we've just completed the East County Integrated Transit Study, which is a study of how we can extend BART from Antioch out to Brentwood, out to the McCollum pedestrian overcrossing. We also are working on the bottleneck at Highway 4 and the 242 interchange. That bottleneck is terrible in the afternoon and going east in the PM condition. We're also working at how we can leverage technology and how we can integrate all these things together to really develop a systematic approach. And then once we have a plan, we'll help identify funding and start implementing and phasing out that plan. Another exciting project that we are working on at CCTA and working with the city of Brentwood is what we call dynamic personal microtransit. This is actually being tested right now at Momentum Station. And this is a true personalized mobility option. And this option, you would use it would be able to take you wherever you want to go. And you don't necessarily have to share this with anyone. You could opt in to share it with someone if you really want, but this is technically supposed to be your vehicle. You can control the music, control the climate control in the vehicle, and it'll literally pick you up and take you wherever you want to go in a closed system, designed in a mesh network with multiple access points, again, to get you to downtown areas or the movie theater or the grocery store or to the marina or wherever you want to go. This is ideally in terms of developing a network between Antioch, Pittsburgh, Oakley, and Brentwood to connect all these different transportation systems together, like BART and Amtrak and Capital Corridor, San Joaquin, that we have in the eastern Contra Costa County. So this is a really exciting project that we're working on, and I know Brentwood showed a lot of support for this about a year ago, and so we're continuing to build this out and evolve this, and that's actually a great photo of what Gomentum Station looks like at the Concord Naval Weapons Station. So that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Councilmember Mendoza. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim, for coming out and for the presentation. I do have quite a few questions. I mean, public transportation is great when it's planned well, and I have concerns about hours. So one of the big issues in Brentwood is the noise off of the Highway 4 bypass. It is, I'm not sure if you've heard of that. I know you're new to your role, but it is kind of a big issue. And we keep getting the runaround on, you know, who's responsible for it and who should manage that, who should take care of it. Is that something your agency manages and takes care of?
So all of the noise and sound wall issues is technically a Caltrans issue. So so one thing that, you know, Caltrans owns and operates and maintains the state highway system. CCTA is kind of unique in the standpoint that we do not own or operate anything. We actually identify projects, we deliver projects, and then we hand it back over to Caltrans if we're working within the state highway system. And so in terms of the noise concerns, that's based on a particular process. I'm happy to go into more details about how that process overall works. But that's something that I know has been an issue in Brentwood. I'm aware of the actual issue. And I know that is something that I think the city's working with Caltrans on, but it's been a while since I've been kind of looped in on the total sound noise issue.
Okay, well, if there's anything your agency can do to help us out, we would really appreciate it. Like if we can get more people addressing this with Caltrans, I think it would be helpful. The second thing is I do have concerns about BART. I used to work at the Safeway corporate offices right there and saw BART being built. And we've seen that area deteriorate. You know, Nordstrom closed. A lot of the stores were closing. It's gotten really bad with the crime. So you're saying you want BART in Brentwood, but I don't want to impact the quality of life of our residents at all. I don't want to see what is happening at Stone Ridge Mall happen here. So what does CCTA and BART do, and what are they going to do to fix the problems that exist around their BART stations before they even think about coming out here?
So that's a good question. So I'm not BART. So, but BART obviously has a lot of challenges and a lot of issues to really deal with across the entire, Bay Area in terms of, some of the safety concerns, the quality concerns. And I know one of the projects that BART is really taking on is really helping in trying to figure out a way to close their system in a more safe way. So for example, putting in different gates, for example, making sure people can't cheat into the actual BART system. And so that's one really, I know, key project for BART that they're trying to accomplish. I know there's other strategies that BART's working on in terms of some of the, more enforcement, BART ambassadors and those types of things that are on BART cars and BART trains as people are traveling. And then the other thing is in terms of extension of, I'll say, BART to Brentwood. So in the East County Integrated Transit Study, we actually studied alternatives to BART. But based on that study, there was a lot of interest from the public to actually, because we did outreach, and there was a lot of interest to actually extend something to Brentwood, whether that be a bus service or extend BART to Brentwood. And so those are all things that would have to be addressed obviously with BART. But a key thing to BART is their policy right now is not to extend their lines anywhere. So if we were going to really meet the needs of bringing, I'll say, fixed transit to Brentwood, And initially, it would have to be some sort of express bus service that would go from Antioch to Brentwood, or the McCollum pedestrian overcrossing, or would be the Innovation Center in the city of Brentwood. And so those are the alternatives that we picked. But in terms of right now, BART has a policy where we're not be able to extend BART. So we're looking for other ways, other alternatives to BART. Like, for example, I mentioned the dynamic personal microtransit project or express bus service in the corridor. Those are alternatives to BART. And so we're looking at that really closely as part of that overall vision. Because as you mentioned, I mean, there's some people that don't want to take BART. And so our job at CCTA is to help provide alternatives or additions to make sure people have choices to get where they want to go. And that's really the vision that we have in terms of CCTA.
Okay, my last question is in regards to driving versus public transportation. You know, I hear that everyone we would prefer people to be on public transportation. It's the best thing to do for the environment. My concern is that for this weekend, for example, I went to San Francisco. To drive to the city, it was an hour. To take BART, it was like 2.5 hours, right? So I think how do you improve a public transit system when we're already so built out to be more efficient when it comes to time? Because our residents already lose a lot of time with their families because they're commuting far away and they're getting home late at night. And I feel like public transportation extends that. How is CCTA working with all of the agencies to see what we can do about shortening that commute period when we're trying to do the right thing and choose public transit over a car?
So that is really being addressed through that integrated transit plan that I mentioned earlier. And I'm hoping I'm addressing your question. Your question is more about how are we going to make public transit better? That's the question, right?
How do we convince our residents that
that
it's the right thing to do, and we're not taking more time away from their families? Because I feel like for me, that is the biggest thing that keeps me from taking public transit is the time away.
Right. So that's what this integrated transit plan is really intended to do. It's really right now, Contra Costa County has about, believe it or not, about 12 transit operators that actually touch Contra Costa County. And the idea is to really work with, Tri-Delta Transit, work with, other transit operators to really break down some of the institutional barriers to make transit more efficient. For example, one-seat ride and express bus service. So, for example, if we see a huge need for someone, say, from Brentwood that wants to go all the way to, say, Walnut Creek, we could maybe design an express bus service like that. And it's also to help get transit more seamless and connected. So, for example, we could use things like connection protection, so people could actually protect their connection to that bus. So, for example, if they're like too often, we're running late, we took too long doing something. And so by holding a bus for like 1 or 2 minutes, at a BART or at a transit stop can actually help and increase ridership by tenfold. And so those types of things where we use connection protection, one-seat ride, but also doing things like Tri-Delta Transit's doing. Like, for example, Tri-Delta Transit is doing the called Try My Ride program, where it is an on-demand bus system where you can actually hail the bus with your phone, and really it'll pick you up at a fixed location, but at least it's giving you more access. And that way, because too often, buses don't operate when we need them to operate. And so typically headways are long, right? So sometimes you're sitting there waiting for a bus 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And so the idea is to obviously increase frequency, bus frequency, increase reliability, increase efficiencies, and make the experience overall much better with this. And this is all to do this in discussion with all of our stakeholders, all of our transit operators, to really develop this integrated transit system. And that's truly what this integrated transit plan is supposed to be doing. We're actually kicking off the study right now, and it'll take probably anywhere from about 12 to 18 months to complete. And we'll have a series of, transit priority projects. Like, for example, on the 680 corridor, we actually are designing a part-time transit lane project. It is spaced that is dedicated to transit in the outside shoulder. And we call it, technically it's called bus on shoulder. So by developing these more priority type projects, giving transit priority, but also making it better, more efficient, and also improving the quality of service is really our game plan in terms of hopefully attracting people to transit. Sorry, that was a really long-winded answer.
Before we move on, I just had a follow-up. That Try My Ride, is that still only portions of Antioch that it's working on? Because I know when I got real excited about it, and then it was only for sections of Antioch. And
I don't know the answer to that question. I can get back to you on that. I can talk to Jeannie Krieg, the general manager, and get back to you, but I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Love to take the discussion offline if you'd like.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Tim. I'm actually quite happy to hear about some of these incentives and partnerships and connections you're talking about to promote the idea of public transit, because we know that we're not very strong in that way. Our residents are not able to really take advantage for their own benefit. But what I wanted to actually talk about was more accessible transportation. I attended the Transportation Summit in San Ramon, and that day there was virtually no mention whatsoever of accessible transportation. And when I did ask about it, I was told it's in the future. I know that things like glideways could potentially down the road be beneficial for someone who is handicapped, disabled, older, and not able to get themselves to a transit stop. But you're talking a little bit more about it tonight. And so I'm wondering if that's because the county transportation committees that are getting together now and addressing accessible transportation are moving forward a little bit more in some of this planning. Is that accurate? And if so, maybe just give us a little brief update about that, because I know this has been a huge, huge problem for decades, and that seniors and disabled people have to wait hours for their dial-a-ride and then go through the path with everyone else, and it's an 8-hour day to have a 1-hour doctor appointment kind of thing.
You explained it perfectly in terms of the challenge and the issue. And so a lot of that has been created by a lot of the way we deal with paratransit service and non-paratransit service. And non-paratransit service has typically been provided with, nonprofits and third parties, small organizations that are providing very minimal type services. And then you also have paratransit service that's actually provided by our actual transit operators like Tri-Delta Transit. And so sometimes those services are not coordinated, they're not integrated. And so if there's one word I want you to take away tonight is integration, because that's what we're trying to do, is really integration and coordination, because our transportation system has been developed in silos for decades. And so now it's time to break down the barriers and make things better and integrated. And so accessible transportation, CCTA developed an accessible transportation strategic plan, identified a number of things that we want to do and change relative to the overall county. One example of that was developing a one-seat ride system. So to your point, Councilmember Meyer, is people would have to wait and do multiple transfers as they're going across the county. The main reason why is because those services were funded a certain way and they couldn't cross over certain boundaries within the county. And so that's what created these transfer points, which really exasperates the ride and makes it longer, to your point. And so a one-seat ride system would break down all those barriers. And so if we can kind of consolidate the services and basically have one agency, we call it a coordinated entity. So if you can have a coordinated entity that's actually managing all these various services, have one call center, one screening process, so we can determine what needs are for each accessible transportation user, and then making sure that those needs are coordinated for their entire ride and create these one-seat rides across the entire county to make things more efficiently. County Connection just did that in Contra Costa County during the pandemic. It's been hugely successful. And so we're basically looking at those types of services and expanding them across Contra Costa County. So there's a lot going on in the accessible transportation arena right now.
Great. I would love to hear more as more develops in this area. Thank you for your feedback.
Councilmember Rarick.
So to follow up on what you just said about the connection across the county, because I grew up in Santa Clara, and I mean, for a dime, I could get on a ride and go out to East San Jose or down to Gilroy or out to Martinez or even out to Palo Alto, you know, and so it was easy to get around the South Bay and all the way up to Palo Alto, Mountain View. And I've always wondered why we can't do that in this area. It's like, and for us here, you know, they put all these housing things on us now, and they talk about public transit. Well, you know, public transit to get to BART out in Bay Point would take 2 hours. You know, you'd have to drive to the park and ride, jump on a bus there, take that bus, and you'd have to stop in multiple stops. Even if you had one of those fast pass buses, you'd still have to stop at multiple places along the line. So it's not an easy thing to get on BART for 2 hours and then take it into the city for, you know, another hour. So you said that it was something that happened during the pandemic. Did it stop once we came out of the pandemic, or?
So a lot of things happened to transportation after the pandemic, and I think the biggest thing that's happened is, you know, people are now working from home. And so now you've got more local trips that are happening within your local jurisdictions during the day and throughout the day. But also because of this kind of work from home phenomenon, people sometimes are now shifting their schedules. Like it used to be, we had, you know, a really narrow window of congestion. Everyone was trying to get somewhere in a small amount of time. And so, and what's really interesting is that window of time has now spread out across the entire morning and entirely across the afternoon. And people are taking and exploring because public transit was not necessarily available to them during the pandemic. People found other ways to get to where they needed to go. And so by doing that, people are now really want choices. And so they want choices to go into different other, and so I didn't have this in the slide in my presentation, and if you'll indulge me for a minute, but we during the pandemic, we actually did a travel behavior study. And this is the results of that travel behavior study from East Contra Costa County's perspective. And I was shocked when I saw that, you know, so out of all of the people that are traveling from Eastern Contra Costa County, you know, there's a lot of people that want to use BART. There's a lot of people that want to use buses. There's a lot of people that want to use bicycles and scooters. And there's a lot of people that want to walk, which kind of blew me away. It caught me off guard, actually. But you'll see that they're private shuttles. And so people are looking for options. And I would say that that's probably the biggest thing that came out of the pandemic is people don't want to Councilman Mendoza's point. People are not looking to necessarily use BART all the time. They're looking for options other than alternatives to transit and BART. And so we're trying to make transit more, when I say transit, I mean buses. People, like, for example, local bus service has recovered way faster than BART. BART is only like at 30% recovery pre-pandemic levels. Local transit service is like 60% recovered because people want to take buses than BART. And so we found that people are interested in taking other modes. And so that's the biggest thing we've learned. And now we got to provide this, I'll say, network of personalized mobility options to really address everyone's choices.
Has there been any, in part of that study, having a ferry service out of Antioch, going out to Martinez, and then, you know, through the Carquinez to Oakland?
That's on the table.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I literally have a meeting next week to talk about ferry service between Antioch, Pittsburgh, Martinez, and Hercules, all the way to Richmond and San Francisco.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So that's on the table. Yeah. There's lots is changing. There's a lot of different things that are changing here in transportation.
Well, thank you, Tim, for the presentation. As always, tremendous amount of information packaged in a way that makes a lot of sense. And so we greatly appreciate all the hard work that you and everyone at CCTA does. So thank you for spending time with us this evening with this presentation.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and really excited to be here. And if you ever need anything, I know Mayor Bryant, others know how to get a hold of me. So happy to help in any way I can. And by the way, your city staff in Brentwood is amazing. They're great. We work with them very closely all the time. And I can't tell you how amazing and helpful your staff is in Brentwood. We work with them all the time on all the various projects and programs in terms of Balfour Interchange, McCallum pedestrian overcrossing, all of those transportation improvements. Your staff has just been tremendous. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And be safe. At this time, we're going to move into informational reports, and we'll begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Oh, you're going to mix it up again. I wasn't waiting. I was like, oh. Okay, thank you. So this week, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Diversity Business Resource Group Initiative meeting. It was 4 hours long. I was there for the entire thing. I think it was great how they had resources for businesses for people of color, because people usually don't focus on that. So that was great. Meeting with the Assistant City Manager, Park and Rec Commission meeting, Planning Commission meeting that was referenced earlier. Attend the League of California Cities, API, LGBTQ Women's Caucus, and Meta, which is formerly known as Facebook. Solutions and resources to address the housing crisis. So just FYI, there's a lot of businesses pushing for bills that are not city friendly. Contra Costa Council on Homeless meeting of Contra Costa, the Mayor's Conference, initiative meeting. So I think Mr. Dorman asked what we're doing. I'm only on the initiative because I'm on council. If I wasn't on council, I would not be a proponent. They would not have asked me. So that's what I did. I had a meeting all day Saturday about relaunching the initiative and how we're going to move that forward. So anyone on council who wants to help out, let me know. We're going to need some help pretty soon. Something that's big on social media right now is we're seeing a lot of kids ride their bikes around town. And I know it's frustrating, and I want everyone to know that our police department works really, really hard at trying to get this under control. Some people say, we can't pursue, but pursuing is not the only option available. So there are other options, and our police department works really, really hard. If you do see the kids that are biking, your best bet is to call the non-emergency number and just tell them where they are, and maybe the police can meet up with them when they come to their next stop. So we know it's an issue. They're working really hard, and hopefully we can get a fifth beat soon that will help them take care of this issue. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer?
You didn't shake it up at all. Okay, since we last met, attended the Planning Commission meeting and watched the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, had a budget prep meeting with the finance team, met the city attorney and the public works director, a lot of different staff meetings going on. Attended the special meeting for the Ag Enterprise Committee to discuss some funding options and hear a presentation about from Contra Costa wine growers. There's more coming on that to future council meetings that we'll be discussing more of. Went to the ribbon cutting for the Brentwood Los Bodanos College campus. Just incredibly beautiful, and a lot of local support from Trilogy and Somerset residents, a lot of service groups and dignitaries and local leaders showed up to really highlight what an exciting thing this is for East County. A lot of opportunity coming through that. Let's see, I met with the Cal Cities planning staff to do some preparation for the City Leaders Summit, which is happening starting tomorrow through Friday, and also met with some other Cal Cities staff, including the keynote speaker and the mayor's conference. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary?
Yes, since the last time we met, I attended the Cal City's Public Safety Policy Committee. I spoke with George Esquacia from Senator Glazer's office regarding the opening of the John Marsh, regarding the Marsh Creek State Historic Park, trying to get that open. And hopefully there will be a stakeholder meeting come June or July of this year to see how we can do that. I also attend the LMC ribbon cutting. Had a meeting with Planning Manager Nothinius and Brentwood Union School District Superintendent Eaton regarding how the city can help or what we can do regarding getting additional funds for schools. Spoke with Captain Silver regarding animal control and Chief Hansen regarding the homeless that has been popping up along Highway 4 and down by Home Depot, as well as under the bridge at Sand Creek. I attended the Cal City's East Bay Legislative Update. Spoke with a member from the Native Daughters of the Golden West regarding they want to try to replace the memorial outside of the John Marsh House and move it towards the John Marsh House. And they asked me how we could go about doing that. And then I also attended I watched the Ag Enterprise Committee meeting, and that is all I have to report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yeah, I had one committee meeting. I attended the Ag Enterprise Committee meeting. It was a very good meeting. We had a couple of discussions about a few things. Got to hear some feedback from that group in regards to some of the discussions we've had here at the council. Also attended, wasn't able to stay the whole time, but was able to come in and see a little bit of the work that the chamber had put together in Diversity Business Resource Group Initiative kickoff. I thought it was well attended. It was really nice to see a lot of our local businesses there, especially people of color and diversity. I got to see, I think, two different presenters. They both did a wonderful job. That looked like it was a great event. Wish I could have stayed longer. Obviously, other things to do, but overall, it was a good event. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time that we met, I attended the Airport Land Use Commission meeting, as well as the Mayor's Conference. I attended the Police Activities League car show over the weekend. There were several hundred cars there. And it was really a great event. A lot of our local residents and vendors got to meet each other and support each other. And all of the proceeds go to our Police Activities League, which does great work for our young people and at-risk youth here in town. I also attended and participated in the Lions Club speaker competition, where if you ever have an opportunity to go to one of these competitions, your faith in the future is going to be solidly encouraged. We have some absolutely outstanding young people that are in our high schools, and just very, very intelligent, very well thought speeches and arguments against poor decision making as a country in the past. And the young person that won the part of the competition that I got to participate as a judge is a Heritage High School senior this year. And her family can be very proud of her, and our community as well. What an outstanding group of young people. Also, I met with several residents, and I've got a short list. 2 residents regarding the progress of the pickleball courts that are soon to be coming to Creekside Park, residents regarding some traffic issues, residents dealing with some developments that have already been represented in public comments and their concerns, and some residents requesting certain businesses be invited to town. And so I assured them that I'll pass that information along to staff and we'll work on that. And with that, I have nothing more to report at this time. So we will move into consent calendars. And do I have a motion on the consent calendar? Oh,
Mayor, I would like to pull C7, please.
Okay. C7. Okay, with pulling item C7, do I have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
A motion to adopt consent calendar on items not including C7.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
I'll read the ordinance titles first. The ordinance for item C4, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Title 15, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 15.06 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to adopt by reference the California Fire Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 9, as amended by Contra Costa Fire Protection District, Ordinance 2019-37, including findings supporting amendments to the 2019 Building Standards Code, Title 24, Part 9, California Fire Code, and setting a public hearing date for May 24th, 2022. And item C5, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving Brentwood Police Department Policy 708, military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. And Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Great. We will go back to Councilmember Meyer for item C7.
Thank you very much. I brought this up. I know we've been doing a lot of discussion about housing. We've had housing element meetings. We've had zoning meetings. This information from C7 and the staff report that was there, the information from the law firm, they did a really good job of breaking down the impact of some of these bills. It's not just the ones that we have discussed the most, SB 9, SB 10. It goes into a lot more information about a lot more bills that could potentially impact, shouldn't say could potentially, will impact Brentwood and other communities in the state. So I'm bringing this up because I'd really like to highlight this opportunity for people to see an overview of these bills that will make more sense. So I'm asking Tim, I know he already actually did promote the idea of sharing a link to a designated page on a website, which I think is terrific. So that was on a Facebook post today. I think staff should do a lot to like promote this particular report, because there is, like I said, there's some really helpful information in there. As far as tonight, I would like for you to give us like a few minutes of explanation about why this is such critical information, what people can learn from in reading, why it's important for them to understand how this impacts their own quality of life and the decision making that council makes, that kind of thing. Can you give us that, Tim?
Absolutely. Great discussion item. So what we've done is with the outside counsel is put together a list, and I'll pull up my screen here, a list of all of the legislative bills that were passed during 2021 and are effective now as of January 2022. And just to showcase, to scan real quick for the public to show you what's in here, we talk about how these bills are likely to affect Brentwood or indirectly affected or unlikely. There are some bills that just may not apply. And then categorize them by how they are streamlining to try to expedite their approval process and mandating that upon the cities. How it's increasing production of affordable housing, more fair housing and accountability. And then just a quick scan, you can see, you mentioned SB 9. There's 3 different ways to view this 15, 20-page report. A quick highlight of what the bill discussed is in the first couple pages. And then you get to a matrix where we actually showcase which categories the bill affects, whether streamlining or production, et cetera, and a little more detail again on what that bill's impact is. And then one more view, oops. And this is for those who want to read even more. We have quite a bit more detail on the next couple pages. So the goal of this is to really just help educate the community that wants to learn more about these housing bills. And we encourage every resident to spend a little bit of time studying through them and asking questions, and can certainly meet with any staff at any time to go through them in more detail. Most of these are mandates upon the city, and we are having less and less discretion about what we can and can't approve. And so I know sometimes it gets frustrating for residents who hear about another development project. We heard about a couple tonight under public comment. Some of the ones that were mentioned, Bluebird Village or Orchard Grove, those projects haven't even come before. I should say the Bluebird Village hasn't even submitted an application to the city. And once it does, then we will review it against these current laws. Something like Orchard Grove, that will be coming back before the city council probably in June. And the city council will have some discretion about some things, and then some things, some of these state laws will supersede that. And it can be frustrating, but we encourage the residents to learn about them, try to understand them, seek counsel from staff if we can help clarify things. And there was even a call for action to do what we can to work within the system, but also to put forth better laws that protect our local control. And obviously we have got some great efforts underway on our own council trying to do more of that. And we encourage the residents to participate wherever they can. So that's now, go to our social media page on Facebook. You'll find a link directly to our webpage that has that document. It's also in tonight's agenda. And all you ever want to know about housing laws.
Thank you, Tim. And if someone has questions, who should they reach out to?
Reach out to the Community Development Department, or certainly reach out to me and I can direct you to the appropriate staff and we can help you with that.
And thank you. I really appreciate that overview. And I want to mention, I realize we're asking people to take their own time to really educate themselves on this. And it's not fun reading necessarily. Some people like that sort of thing, but it is good information to have. And as Tim mentioned, there are 3 different ways this information is presented. So maybe one will appeal to you and one won't. But one way or the other, there is a lot of really good information in this report. And so having designated the link to the website and mentioning it on social media, this is just a way of us trying to really share and be transparent about what we are learning ourselves as council and city staff, and how we know it's going to impact residents and quality of life, and how important we know all of this is. So the more we can do to put it out there, the more we can do to communicate with the residents, the more we can do to make ourselves accessible for questions. We are all working very hard to make sure that we can be as educated ourselves and that source of knowledge for anyone with questions. So thank you very much, Tim. I appreciate that.
Thank you. With that, Councilmember Meyer, do we have a motion on item C7?
Oh, wait,
it looks like Councilmember Mendoza has a
Oh, I'm
question.
so sorry. Yeah, Councilmember Mendoza.
So I think it's great we have a site, but what I hear all the time from everyone is that it is very, very confusing. And I actually talked to Tim, and Damien was on the call this week about this item, because I think that we need to partner with some of our local, like the paper or the 110 or East County Today. I think we need to start educating, be a little bit more strategic, because there is a lot of bills, and just putting it on a site, I don't think it's overwhelming. I mean, it's overwhelming for us, as Councilmember Meyer said, it's going to be overwhelming. And I think we should take it in chunks, little chunks. So I think we should come up with a communications plan and then roll that out. But I think that we really need to start doing other things, because you do hear, I mean, there was someone that called and said, shut this down. We can't shut things down, right? We have to take every application that comes forward. We can't say no. So starting to educate and be very strategic. And I think the ones that we should start with are the density bonus. I think that one's going to be key if somehow or another we can target that. And I think we need to, and I used to read the For Dummies books whenever I needed anything. Like the first HTML class I took was on HTML for Dummies, but I think we need to do a For Dummies version if we want to get any traction on any of this. But I think that SB7, which is kind of like CEQA streamlining, is also important along with the density bonus. I think the other thing is we're going to have to put it in different chunks. Like what already happened that we have to address, but then what are we going to have going forward, right? So like if there's things coming forward, so for example, we pay for our city infrastructure with development fees. And going forward, there's going to be a bill that will take development fees off of the table if it is affordable housing. So we won't have money to pay for the sidewalks that, you know, Carolina is referencing. So how do also, when we're educating, how do we help our residents take action, and who should they be reaching out to? So I think to me, it's more than just putting it on a website. It is, we have to find a way to help our residents understand, because we have very, very involved residents. So I think I don't know if it's in a future agenda item or what we do, but how do we better communicate with them? Or do we, I mean, our newsletter, I don't know if we look at the click-throughs on our newsletter and how many people are actually opening it. Do we want a column there where Alexis gets a highlight every month and she goes through a couple of the bills, like something that already happened and something that's going forward? Or do we reach out to Greg at the Press or 110 or East County? I don't know what other periodicals are out here that get a lot of reach. But we need to do something, because, I mean, based on the calls we had today, people don't understand everything. Unlimited waivers is something we really, really, really got to talk about, because that was a hard concept for me to grasp, and I'm involved in it. And it's still like, I'm dumbfounded that unlimited waivers is even a thing, right? So how do we explain that to our residents? Because they're going to come to meetings and be very upset. So those are the comments I have to make on it. I think we really need to be more detailed on it for the public.
I absolutely agree with everything you're saying, but I would also like to say we should make it very clear what happens if we do not comply, if we ignore these laws or push back on them or make decisions that are in complete opposition of them. I think there needs to be an understanding of what happens in that case as well.
And our residents need to also know we're always going to follow the laws. We're never going to break the laws. As much as I don't like it, I will always follow the law. I'm not going to break the law. So I think that's important for residents too, that we're not going to go outside of those boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a captive audience with our monthly newsletter, so we'll try to include something every month to highlight a different bill, and then reach out to some of those other media sources and see if we can showcase some of these bills as well and continue that educational campaign.
Alexis could have a weekly newsletter. That'd be fantastic. Everyone gets to know Alexis.
Have a byline.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's great.
Great.
With that, I would like to make a motion to approve consent item C7.
I'll second that.
Have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. I did want to address one of the callers, I believe it was Ms. Vilseca, her concern regarding our in-person council meetings. And we do fully expect and intend to have hybrid meetings to continue. One of the rare positive side effects, I think, of the situation with our COVID response is that we have been able to enable our community to participate via Zoom. It's not ideal to have council meetings via Zoom, in my personal opinion, only, but having the accessibility for our residents to participate from their home, as was mentioned, in the midst of their very busy schedules, is something that is tremendously valuable to us as council members, to hear your voices that way. So we will be continuing the hybrid versions of these meetings in the future. We'll move on to item D1. It pertains to school district planning and funding, and Eric Nolfinius will present on this item. Eric.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm going to share my screen here. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is an informational report that's being provided as a follow-up to a future agenda item request that was previously made by Councilmember Rary. The purpose of the report is to provide an update on how staff has been working with the Brentwood Union School District and to provide information on the city's purview relative to school financing and funding. Just a little bit of background in terms of the general plan. It definitely sets out goals, policies, and actions related to schools, and those are contained in the community services and facilities element. Part of the general plan language references the importance of the city's development review process. Both of the local school districts, Brentwood Union and Liberty Union, are included in this process. Typically, plans for new projects are sent electronically to the districts after they're submitted, with a request to review and provide comments before projects are considered by either the Planning Commission or City Council. Comments that are received generally relate to the need for payment of applicable school facility fees, although some projects generate more specific comments or concerns, and those just kind of depend on their nature and location. In those cases, staff works with the districts to ensure that concerns are addressed to the greatest extent possible through either changes to plans or recommended conditions of approval. Ongoing coordination is critical. So while meetings between city staff and Brentwood Union had been held primarily as needed, staff has made a concerted effort over the last year to meet on a more regular basis. There have been three meetings in the last 6 months with Brentwood Union staff, and regular monthly meetings have recently been established with myself and Robin Schmidt, who is the district's chief business official. Quarterly meetings have also been established with a larger group that includes the district superintendent, the director of community development, and the director of public works. Finally, staff has drafted several potential school site policies within the PA1 specific plan, and the council will be considering that very soon as part of the Innovation Center Master Plan update. Information related to financing and funding is obviously another important component of this report, so I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about that portion. State law limits the imposition of impact and other fees on development projects for purposes of funding schools and school facilities and providing new school sites within the city. The law essentially prohibits the city from imposing development impact fees on new development for the purpose of constructing new school facilities or for otherwise mitigating impacts that new development has on schools. Instead, the law authorizes districts to adopt and impose impact fees, but the authority is subject to caps that usually result in new development paying significantly less than its fair share of improvements. The policy rationale for limits is that the state provides additional funding for school facilities, and districts are expected to use their bonding authority to make up any funding shortfalls, but this funding is often inadequate. State law expressly prohibits the city from considering the adequacy of existing school facilities when making land use decisions, even as part of the environmental review process in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. There are limited methods that the city can use to obtain school-related exactions from development projects. In most circumstances, if the city is considering a development project that's consistent with applicable general plan and zoning designations, the city lacks discretion to require it to mitigate school-related impacts. Recent amendments to state law to further promote housing development make it even more difficult for the city to deny or reduce the density of new development. The Mitigation Fee Act generally governs the city's imposition of exactions and impact fees on development projects. The act requires that any exaction or fee must both be related to and be proportional to a project's impact. The city uses its authority under the act to impose adopted development impact fees, and those fund improvements identified in the general plan, the capital improvement program, and applicable master plans. School facilities related exactions and impact fees are not governed by the act. So the only method that cities have for mitigating school facilities impacts is to impose or pass along fees that are established by the districts as expressly authorized in state law. Cities are therefore preempted from imposing exactions or fees for school facilities outside what is authorized by state law, which sets specific limits on the amounts of exactions that can be imposed on development projects. The law also prohibits cities from turning down development projects solely based on the inadequacy of school facilities. Similarly, the law does not allow cities to disapprove projects based on inadequate school facilities under CEQA. While cities are limited to unilaterally impose school impact fees on development projects, they may negotiate higher amounts of mitigation in circumstances where a development agreement is involved. So development agreements are contracts in which developers provide certain benefits, such as a school site, funding for new facilities, construction of new facilities, and that's in exchange for the city's agreement to provide developers with a vested right to proceed. Developers typically only seek development agreements for large, multi-phased, long-term projects that are intended to be developed over many years. Recent amendments in state law to address the current housing crisis further restrict the ability of cities to either downzone or otherwise rezone areas that are currently zoned for residential development, thus further limiting the need for development agreements. And aside from these development agreements, the law provides very few other ways for cities to secure additional school mitigation for developers. The law prohibits cities from explicitly considering school needs as part of any general plan amendment or rezoning decisions. Lastly, the law pertaining to community facilities districts, also known as CFDs, only allows them to finance the construction or purchase of school facilities in certain circumstances. School districts are therefore in a much better position to initiate CFDs than the city is. So the recommendation at this time is that the council receive and file this report. Staff will, of course, continue to meet and collaborate with the school districts and also jointly pursue additional funding opportunities where they may exist through possible development agreements, as well as federal and state grants. I'd be glad to answer any questions that the council may have with respect to either the city's development review process or the ongoing coordination efforts. With respect to any detailed questions the council may have about the financing tools and options that are available and how they relate to state law specifically, I'll defer those to either our assistant city attorney or Rick Jarvis, who is also in attendance and is outside counsel with Jarvis, Fay, and Gibson. At this point, I'll turn it back to the mayor for questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Eric. Councilmember Rary.
So is there a way to work with the school district and like we've got PA1 or, I mean, just look at all the open land that we have to build residential and for them to look at what the build out will be or perceived to be, because with the bonus density, we may be getting larger amounts of homes than what we had anticipated, and determine what areas that are left a school can go into, and kind of like we did with the fire district. The fire district had said, we need a firehouse around here. Is that something that you're currently doing with the school district?
Yeah, I mean, that's an ongoing effort. I think Robin Schmidt is in attendance as well, and we can certainly bring him into the conversation as far as the district's perspective. But again, I can tell you that especially recently over the last 6 to 9 months, we've spent a lot more time together, both Robin and myself, and then we've had meetings with Mickey Sabota, who's the Director of Public Works, of course, Alexis Morris, our Director of Community Development, and the Superintendent, to kind of hone these issues in and figure out where they need to go and where they can go.
Can we promote Robin?
Yes, I'm here, Karen.
Hi. So have you already done that as far as looking at what our build out is? Because I remember when Doug Adams retired, Dr. Adams retired, he says, I'm retiring when I build the last elementary school. And that was at elementary school number 8, I think it was. And we have one more being built and another, or we've had two more built after that, another one coming online and possibly another one needed for West Brentwood.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Rary. It's a pleasure to be here and speak to you as the council, and really thank the cooperative nature that I feel that I have with staff, and we have with staff, and that allows for two-way conversation that's meaningful. I think there's a lot of things that Eric covered that I think are pretty clear from his standpoint, and what's in front of us. When you ask about available land, the district needs about 10 acres. We could do a little less, but 10 acres is about the need for an elementary school, probably more like 15 for a middle because of the space you need for fields. And to get that, you need the land available. And all that land is owned by landowners. I know there's some spots that are city owned that have plans for parks and gyms. So the availability of land for us is really built within the projects that are zoned for housing and light industry, which means that those developers need to decide to do something different, and we have to go through that avenue. And that requires cooperation, but we don't have a lot of options because of Highway 4 and power lines and gas lines, as well as, conversations with the city in the past when we originally looked over there is where main thoroughfares are and railroad tracks and water lines and gas lines and where it's best to have a school. Do you want a school in the middle of a high density industrial area, et cetera, et cetera? So it's sort of really we're backed in a corner in a way. And I know that's the topic that you have here tonight to talk about, but the bottom line is to build a school, you need land, and then you need the funding to build the school. And both of those are an issue for us.
So we had a task force with the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and what we came to do, what we did was they did a study. They determined what it would cost to build the deficit, well, not the deficit stations, because you can't build the deficit stations with CFDs unless you pass a citywide one. So we determined what it would cost to build those last 3 stations above and beyond what's currently collected by impact fees. Then we passed it at the city level, and Oakley passed it, and the county passed it. And so they were able to get fire-specific CFDs to help fund to build those last 3 stations that would need to be built when the city was, or when the district was at build out. So is that something that the school district has looked into it at all, as creating a community facility district to help fund the difference? The superintendent had said that you collect about $12 million in fees for an area like PA1 for the amount of residential that's in there, but it's looking at $55 million now to build a school. So you've got a huge difference there, and then you've got 3 bonds already on. So how can we make the people who are creating the impact pay for the schools that they're going to be in?
But you asked 2 questions there, and I'd probably refer to an attorney to get a better answer.
Okay.
But I know that the second part really Eric spoke to relative to the restrictions we're within. Creating a CFD or going out for funding is really going out for a vote for technically a GEO bond or a CFD. You're going back to taxpayers, and we've already done that, and we're still under Measure B to build the current school and address some of the other issues that are in that bonding. And the opportunity to do that again would, it's not something we'd consider to go back out because we're doing a bunch of work right now.
The CFDs would only be for new development. So that's what we did with the fire district, is that only new development. So a landowner that may have 200 homes on his, they pass one vote, passes it for all 200, and those new, as people purchase those homes, they purchase them with the CFDs already passed.
I know what you're saying. We haven't looked at that, but the bottom line is someone has to pay for it. And I can see Katie came on.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Councilmember Rary, Mr. Schmidt is right. There are various restrictions on the ways in which school districts can raise funds, some of them practical, some of them legal. With regard to the idea of CFDs being used by school districts, they are, of course, very different than fire districts in the way they are set up and what powers they are accorded under the law. And in that regard, we do have Rick Jarvis with us, the managing shareholder of Jarvis Fay Gibson, and he can provide a little more information on some of the difficulties inherent with that particular tool, if you would like to hear a little more on that topic.
I would. I read his explanation in there, but the way I was reading his explanation was as if we were trying to pass a CFD on existing homes, not on future homes.
And we'll let Mr. Jarvis chime in on that.
Sure. This is Rick Jarvis. And the bottom line, it still comes back to you have these state law requirements that prohibit the city from requiring developers to use their own authority. The state law prohibits the cities from using their own police power to require developers to pay for the cost of schools. You can't do that directly. You can't do that indirectly. So if the question is, can you tell a developer that they have to vote in favor of a CFD or their development project cannot go forward? State law says, no, you cannot do that. I mean, it really comes down to, there was lots of litigation back in the 80s and the 90s where cities, tried different ways of requiring developers to pay for schools. And each time they came up with something new, the developer lobbied the state legislature for a new law to sort of close that loophole. So we are now in a situation where the law is pretty airtight and there really isn't any avenues for the city to say, like in direct answer to your question, say, developer, we're not going to let you develop your homes until you as the landowner vote in favor of a CFD to pay for that and then put the cost of that CFD on future home buyers. State law says you can't do that.
And that's just for schools. That's not for fire departments or fire districts or cities.
It's very specific to school issues, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Okay, couple of things. Councilman Rary, just so you know, Scott Wiener said when we didn't have the money for infrastructure, including schools, just go place a bond now. Your residents can pay for all of the infrastructure. So the legislators don't care, unfortunately. Again, back to the legislators. But so when it comes to finding land in school, our school districts kind of overlap different cities. So Brentwood, Union, does that one overlap any cities or is that just Brentwood? That one's just Brentwood. No, it's the Antioch area as well, right?
We overlap just a little bit of Antioch over to Hydorn.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, Hillcrest.
Do you have an estimate of how many students will be coming? So I know that Cielo was supposed to be senior, but then they switched it to single family and they've increased density over there in some of their developments. Do you know how many kids you're forecasting out of those developments that are already approved in Antioch? And where I'm going with this is I know we're looking for a place in Brentwood and Isla's looking at the map trying to find a place in Brentwood, but I think we need to consider land in Antioch also, because what I see happening is also creating a lot of traffic. If you're bringing all the kids down either Deer Valley back to Balfour, down Sand Creek when that's opened, or Lone Tree. So is there a consideration for looking for a site on the Antioch Brentwood border?
We've looked at that, but that land is all slated for development and housing.
Have you considered
what about the land that's county? Because the district's that got a lot of county student population too, doesn't it?
No, we just go up to Hillcrest, so there's really not any land over there other than
no, but I mean southwise. Well, I guess that doesn't help because that's already all built out. Never mind.
How about eminent domain? Is that something that you've considered over on the Antioch side?
No.
I think that's probably something, I mean, because I looked at the map. I can't find anything inside Brentwood. We're still built out. And also, I don't know if anyone from the Liberty Unions or district is on, but I would say the same thing. I think I know we need another high school, but I think we need to look at areas like Oakley and Discovery Bay also. I remember in Discovery Bay, there was that big sign that used to say that there was a school coming over by the shopping center. I don't know what happened to that, but my concern is the traffic. And I think we need to find something as far west to help mitigate that traffic impact. And if we could look at something on the Antioch side, I think that would probably be the best case scenario to deal with the traffic, because that is one of the number one complaints we get from our residents. So I don't know if you're considering eminent domain at all or looking at that, but I would hope that would be an option. Those were kind of my only comments on that. Thank you.
There are no more clarifying questions of staff at this time. We will open public comments on this item. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have three hands raised. I'll go ahead and start with Rod, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Eric Mathenius for the excellent presentation. These kinds of presentations where we see more about what city staff does, how growth is managed here, are a great value as a citizen, as a sometime smart growth activist. I always appreciate our city staff. One thing I really agree with that CCTA bureaucrat that was here, maybe the only thing I agreed with him, is that Brentwood has an excellent city staff. And Eric I've known since the early no rezone days, and have always appreciated his willingness to share information. And as I said, wanting to be a smart growth activist, it's great having a city staff that can help us be smarter about how growth works. Appreciate that. One takeaway from all of this, as we talk about developer fees and where they come from, I'm kind of more well-versed in that than I ever wanted to be about how school funding and how developer fees work. And again, it is the school districts themselves that can collect developer fees, and it is true that the state puts caps on developer fees. One thing developers are very fond of doing, their salespeople, and they like to tout the benefits of what they're doing. They kind of lie by omission. They tell you, oh, we're building, we're going to pay all this money for schools, and they show you a number, and it looks like a really big number. But then when you look at the school budget, it's not that big. And one reason they're very happy to build senior housing is because senior housing doesn't count as residential, it counts as commercial, which the developer fees are 1/6 of what they would be for market rate family housing. And it's just kind of a scam. The state mandates that you can only charge that 1/6. The idea being that, age restricted housing, there are not as many children, which it may be true, but it doesn't change the fact that everybody needs to pay in for education. I've had one stepchild in my life, and I've always paid school taxes, and I've never minded because I believe that I want to live in a society where everybody has an education. I don't want to live with a bunch of dumb people. So I think you want to be careful when you hear from these developers touting the benefits of what they're doing. Every development puts pressure on the schools, more pressure than they pay for. So I think that's an important thing that the public needs to understand. Other than that, I just want to, again, commend Eric for a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Danny Dorman. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thanks again. So this is a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. I actually volunteer to sit on the Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee, and I love Robin's spreadsheets. What I wanted to talk about is the urgency and the importance of where we are. I'm a frequent flyer volunteering in my kids' schools, and I've had many conversations with Dr. Eaton as well about space. When I was in school, counselors had their own offices, and if you needed services, each person providing a service had an office. Right now, I will tell you that when I volunteer, there's a hallway like between the 2nd and 3rd grade classes, and there's a hallway between the 4th and 5th grade classes. That hallway on any given day can have the following: the language interventionist who is working with kids who are behind on phonics and reading and letters. She will be sitting in the hallway. In front of her class, who's sitting in the hallway, is a teacher that's doing a reading test where there's a child reading to the teacher. The teacher is timing to determine fluency. Next to that would be me working with kids on whatever it is the teacher needs me to work with them. Sitting next to me would be the speech therapist giving a child speech therapy services as required by their IEP. Next to that will be kids working on an art project, walking in and out of the classroom. And then next to that is a gentleman working with kids, helping them with math. This is all in one hallway. And this is because the speech therapist and the speech interventionist don't have a place to be in an office or a trailer or any place else in the school. This is at Pioneer. So this is replicated all over the district. So what I'm trying to get at is there's an urgency about this. We need to find solutions, because for these people to be effective at what they do with the services that they give, they need to have an atmosphere that is conducive to teaching and to learning. I'm very proud of the work that the district has done via Measure B. It's been beautiful to see the changes in the schools, and Robin will give you a tour if you want one. I highly suggest that you take one. It's really wonderful to see all of the improvements and where the tax money has gone. But yeah, I don't think taxpayers are going to pay for a whole lot more. We're kind of taxed to the hilt. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Gary Scott. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The challenging thing is, to me, even if you were to increase our taxes tenfold, there's still the issue of where. We only have so much space. We only have so much land. So it wouldn't matter if we're taxed 10 times what we're being taxed today if we don't have the physical space to put a school or a firehouse or anything else. And of course, developers believe they have the upper hand, and maybe they do. Okay. I know we have talked about eminent domain before, and I'm wondering if tonight, for example, if the city attorney could, maybe let us know what that means other than what's speculated. And maybe with that knowledge, an opportunity to pursue getting what is necessary for the betterment of our town and not necessarily the betterment of Shay's pockets will come in. The case in point again is Orchard. And the fact that the only way to mitigate any construction issues there, driving issues there, is to expand the road. But if you look at the road right now, the only way it can expand is if property is taken to accommodate. And that's where eminent domain comes in, at least my understanding of it. So I'm hoping, again, if this could be discussed tonight and how viable an option that is, because developers, if they don't have to put any skin in, they won't. And we have been giving carrots and carrots and carrots. And I think it's about time to start pulling out some sticks. And I'll repeat it with the EIR, with just keeping an eye on all of our environmental conditions and the impact of building new homes. And then the physical space to put a parking lot, the physical space to put a 2-lane road. Maybe eminent domain is the silver bullet. And thank you for a very long and interesting bit of conversation. Thank you. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gary Scott. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to join your meeting. First off, I want to say that I agree with Councilmember Mendoza. I think the idea of placing a school on the west side of 4 makes a tremendous amount of sense because of the traffic issues. And what we're going to end up with is more vehicle miles traveled, more idling time when parents go to pick up their children. So to the extent that we can get the schools as close to the kids, that makes the best sense. And though this I know is a ticklish subject, but Bluebird is interesting because there we're putting potentially a development that has higher density residential right next to a school. And that will lessen some of the traffic issues that will be encountered. The potential also of having a Costco over on the west side of 4 is also going to increase the issue of traffic. And if we end up combining traffic for Costco as well as the schools, it's obvious that there's going to be a long-term impact and a lot of people are going to be sitting in their cars for quite a while. That's most of what I wanted to say, except I want to say that I'm a relatively new resident to Brentwood. Every time I meet a staff person in the city of Brentwood, I compliment them. I ask them if they've been sent to charm school by the city. We have had nothing but wonderful interactions with everybody, and we couldn't be more pleased to have moved here to be in such a dynamic city. And I've sat in and watched a couple of these meetings, and I'm really impressed with all of you, the hard work. I said to my wife, I don't know how I could do what they do for a living on the side. I'm sure this isn't their way they earn their living. So thank you all for the efforts that you make. And I'm going to continue to watch these. And so I do appreciate your maintaining the ability to tune in remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time then we will have public comment and we'll move into council discussion. Do we have any further council discussion regarding this item? And if not, I do want to thank all of our staff and thank Robin as well for the outstanding work he constantly does on behalf of the school district. Councilmember Mendoza.
Just one thing. I don't know how to do this, but any way our staff can work with the city of Antioch to try to figure out if there's anything viable on that side?
The only thing that hasn't been built out is the new thing that goes up through the canyon on the south side of Sand Creek and north of Pinedorn Ranch Road.
Yeah,
All the rest has been built out.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know, just a thought, because I just, the traffic is going to be insane. And that's my biggest concern. It always is with schools, right? So, if we can keep a school close to this residents, that would be fantastic. And I know it's not ideal because then, you know, from a school district perspective, you have to deal with two cities, but, you know, I just don't know what else to do.
In doing research and listening to the research that's been done for that particular area, one of the main concerns that was brought up was the underground gas that the state, you know, has certain limitations on, which would preclude that area potentially from being considered, which is extremely frustrating because that's where we need a school.
Well, that's what, 1,500 feet from any gas line, and then there's also the distance it needs to be away from Highway 4. So it basically might even eliminate all of PA1 on that side.
Mm-hmm.
And just, Robin, if you could, how did the Bridlegate campus, how was it able to go in?
We had initial approval from the state because the gas line would be on the other side of a rise.
Okay.
And and we were also far enough. It was actually sort of a little happy spot in there, if that's an appropriate term at this time. And we just, that was just, but you know, the cost to develop that land would have been, you know, more expensive than flat land. So of course, but it just happened. There's that rise that goes in a natural break.
And that pipeline probably goes up into that area that is the Black Hawk Nuns that just changed over.
Vineyards. It's called Vineyards.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, if you draw a line down Hydorn, the straight on out, that's essentially where the gas line goes before it goes over the hill and sort of follows the golf course on the other side of Highway Balfour.
Okay.
This is gonna be crazy. I mean, I don't know if I'm not as familiar with the topography and what's where. It's gonna be a crazy idea. But what about the Measure L land?
I thought about that too.
I mean, if they're coming down Deer Valley from that area, the Measure L land might be a really good spot. And then you can do entryways from Shadow Lakes, Brentwood Hills, once Bridlegate is built out. Just a thought.
That's also hills in that area too, so they'd have to.
I'm just saying that area might be a really good area for a school. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. That would be fantastic in my point of
Are
view.
you looking for responses from staff at this time? Nobody's saying anything.
It's not our staff. It's Brentwood Union School.
Or Robin, for that matter.
That makes those decisions.
So, Robin, that would be inside Brentwood, the Measure L land. So, on the corner of Deer Valley and Balfour.
Well, that's actually neither Brentwood nor Antioch.
But it's our sphere of influence. Like it's
not. It's not our sphere of influence.
Oh.
We have an agreement for, I think, another, I don't know, maybe 10 years. Was it 10 years that neither city would claim that area in their sphere of influence?
So it'd be county. Can they? I don't know if they can build a school on county then.
Well, that's how Adams and Heritage got built. It was all county land there too. Thank you so much for your time, Robin. And
thank you, Robin.
We will continue to work with the school district to see what we can do, and hopefully there's a developer agreement somewhere that we can make a difference.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. At this time, if there's no further council discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to receive the report and to continue to work with the school districts.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll move into item D2. Item D2 pertains to the use of affordable housing funds to rehabilitate and or renovate non-deed restricted housing within Brentwood, as well as a presentation on the CDBG program. And Sylvia Elias will present on the item. Sylvia?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and hope it's my presentation and not pictures of my grandkids. Let's see here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So at the December 14th, 2021 City Council meeting, City Council Member Meyer requested staff to bring forth information on the use of affordable housing funds for the repair or rehabilitation of non-deed restricted housing within Brentwood. And on December 21st, 2021, City Council directed staff to return with more information in spring 2022 with all the other with all the other affordable housing topics under consideration. Tonight, I would like to provide a brief presentation regarding the allowed uses of affordable housing funds for repairs or rehabilitation of units in Brentwood, following Gabriel Lemus, Program Manager for the county's Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG, will provide a presentation on programs available to Brentwood property owners through CDBG. The current affordable housing ordinance states that affordable housing funds may be used to aid in the construction of very low, low, and moderate income dwelling units and very low and low income rental projects. For example, projects that utilize the city's affordable housing funds are Brentwood Senior Commons Apartment Project, Via Amador Apartment Project, County Housing and Landscape Improvement Project, and the Grove at Sunset Apartment Project. Other affordable housing opportunities may be the purchase of pre-foreclosed deed-restricted properties or other properties for affordable housing. In regards to repairs and maintenance, funds may be used for repairs and maintenance to the city's existing 22 deed-restricted affordable rental properties made available to very low and low-income persons and families. Rental units that have been part of the city's program for several years will be scheduled to have exterior painting and other maintenance projects completed within the next 2 to 3 years. The current ordinance states that the use of affordable housing funds are to be used on deed-restricted units or units in the city's affordable housing program. However, there are federal, state, and county programs such as the Home Rehabilitation Program, Weatherization Program, and County Development Block Grant Programs, CDBG, that can help income qualifying property owners with rehabilitation or repairs of their properties. Staff would like to introduce Gabriel Lemus, CDBG Program Manager, who will provide a presentation on the program or programs available to qualifying property owners in Brentwood. So I'd like to turn it over to Gabriel.
Thanks, Sylvia. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thanks for the time to allow me to present some information regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program, primarily as it pertains to how it operates in Contra Costa County and how it's structured in the county. If you bear with me, I'm going to share my screen to share the presentation. So as a outline of my presentation, I'm just going to provide a brief CDBG 101 just to provide some historical context of the program nationwide. And second part is how the program actually is operated in Contra Costa County and the application process and funding criteria within the county process. And then lastly, some time for some questions. But feel free to ask or stop me during my presentation if there's questions that come along. There's a lot of information related to the program. But if there is anything, feel free to just stop me. So just to provide some historical context, the CDBG program was created back in 1974 under the Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. What the act actually did, it consolidated 8 federal community development type of programs into the community development block grant program. Under the previous structure, the only way that cities or counties had access to federal funds to address local needs, local priority needs, was to apply to these various 8 programs, which made it very cumbersome, very administratively difficult for city and county staff, and also for federal staff. So what the Community Development Block Grant Program actually allowed was not only flexibility, but much more accessibility to federal funds for local entities. So the actual cities and counties that can receive CDBG funds have to be cities and counties of a certain size. For cities to get funds directly from HUD or the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the cities have to be larger than 50,000 in population. In this case, and for the county, there are 4 cities that actually receive a direct entitlement from HUD. And those are the cities of Antioch, Concord, Pittsburgh, and Walnut Creek. And then the county operates the CDBG program on behalf of the other cities that are less than 50,000. There are 3 cities that are actually over 50,000 that are part of the urban county. Those cities are the city of Richmond, San Ramon, and in your case, the city of Brentwood. They actually participate as a participating city of the urban county. However, those cities are eligible to get direct funds from HUD. And in these cases, or in many cases, the reason why a city does not elect to get funds directly from HUD is primarily for administrative purposes. And for the city of Brentwood, if they were to get funds directly from HUD, the amount that the city would get under this program would be approximately $300,000. Under the county program, the city is actually eligible to access much more than $300,000. But you're not in competition with any of the cities. You just, any nonprofit or any eligible organization that wanted to apply to the county for community development block grant funds, they would be applying with the other nonprofits or public agencies during the funding cycle. As I mentioned, the cities of Antioch, Concord, Pittsburgh, and Walnut Creek are the cities that directly get funds from HUD, and then Contra Costa County is the other entity that receives a direct allocation. The amounts that I have here on this slide are the actual allocations that were awarded for the current fiscal year that we're operating in, which is fiscal year 2021, 2022. The federal government, given their delay in passing the federal budget for their fiscal year 22, they delayed the allocation process or their notice of what the actual allocations are going to be for this upcoming fiscal year. Our program or fiscal year actually starts July 1st of every single year, ends June 30th of every single year. The CDBG program goals and purpose is outlined in the federal regulations, and I just summed it up here. The goal or purpose of the program is to develop viable urban communities by the provision of decent housing, suitable living environments, and an expansion of economic opportunities. Every project that is funded with CDBG funds has to meet what's called a national objective. There are 3 national objectives within the program. One of them is, one of the objectives is that every program or every project must either benefit a low and moderate income family or individual. Another national objective is to help eliminate and prevent slum or blighted conditions. And the last condition, which is rarely used, is meet an urgent need, which typically is to meet an emergency situation. Under the federal regulations, it is stipulated and by statute that 70% of all CDBG monies have to benefit the low and moderate income family national objective. So I'm gonna, given that that's the primary purpose or the primary national objective for the program, I'm just gonna go over that one national objective in general. In order for a project to meet that national objective, it either must serve an area that is primarily low income, and a low income area is defined through census information, or it's categorized by census information. Another way of meeting that national objective is that it must serve a limited clientele or a presumed benefit clientele. Typically, it's either documented by the collection of household income data, or a service is primarily benefiting or serving a population that is defined as a low-income population by federal regulations. And typically those are homeless populations or persons experiencing homelessness, adults with severe disabilities, abused and neglected children, victims of domestic violence, illiterate adults, persons living with AIDS, and lastly, migrant farm workers. Oh, sorry, one more, elderly, which is defined as persons that are 62 years or over. As I mentioned, that one of the primary national objective that has to be met is benefit to low or moderate income families or individuals. The way that a program has to, what that means is that every household or individual that benefits with CDBG funds, either directly or through a service that is funded with CDBG funds, they have to earn no more than 80% of the area median income. Area median income differs based on the size of household, and this slide shows what the 80% threshold is for each size of household. These change every year, so this is the current information, and we're expected to get updated information in the next month or so. They don't change, or they do change, but they don't change in typically by going down. They usually go up. Here in the Bay Area, the area median income has been rising. There has been some changes, typically more so on the 80% side of things. That's where you do see a little bit of fluctuation in terms of if it's going to go down a little bit. It'll primarily be on the 80% of AMI side of things. So you may be asking, who's eligible to apply? Under the federal regulations, an entity that is eligible to apply must either be a nonprofit community-based organization, a city or county government, and in rare cases, for-profit organizations or businesses. I've been working on the CDBG program for 20 years now, and here in the county, 85 to 90% tend to be nonprofit organizations, 10 to 15% tend to be city or county governments. This is probably based on my conversations with other practitioners of this program, that tends to be the norm. Typically, these funds go out to nonprofit community-based organizations. Here in the county, the Board of Supervisors has a policy of allocating the annual allocation to 5 specific categories. The majority of the funds, or the large section of the funds, goes to housing activities. 45% of our annual allocation goes to housing. 15 plus 2%, and I'll explain what that means, or 17% goes to public services activities. 10% goes to economic development activities. 8% goes to what's called infrastructure and public facilities, and then 20% goes to administration. The only 2 categories that are limited by statute, that meaning that they have a cap, are public services and administration. So under the housing category, that we have 4 basic objectives for meeting that need. A project could either increase home ownership opportunities, expand rental housing opportunities by increasing the supply, maintain and preserve the existing housing stock, and then lastly, a service or a construction project that assists the homeless by providing emergency shelter and transitional housing. Under the economic development category, the objectives there are to reduce the number of persons living below the poverty line, expand economic opportunities for low-income persons, and increase the viability of neighborhood areas. Typically, the projects that we get under this category are job training and job placement services that provide technical or financial assistance to micro enterprises. And the public service objectives are primarily to ensure that opportunities and services are provided to low-income individuals to improve the quality of life, and then also to enhance the quality of life for seniors and enable them to maintain independence and increase opportunities for children and or youth to be healthy or succeed in school. As I mentioned, this category, it is limited to 15 plus typically 2% of the annual allocation. That 2% is based off of how much we get on what's called program income on an annual basis. And program income is typically funds that come back to the county from loans from previous years on various types of projects, primarily housing projects. As I mentioned, there's 8% that goes to what's called infrastructure and public facility projects. And for the most part, the funds go to provide rehab or improvement projects to existing facilities within a low-income neighborhood. For the most part, they go to parks to address improvements at parks, accessibility issues at public facilities, and that also includes curb cuts or sidewalk improvements to improve accessibility for seniors and those that have physical disabilities. In terms of components of a CDBG application, the county staff, what we're looking for is answers to specific questions. And this slide kind of outlines some of the general questions that we ask in an application. We want to know typically what specific population that a project is serving, what is the community need or problem or issue that the program is addressing, how does the program address or solve this issue or the need, and how does an agency know that that program actually is working, and then also what are the expected outcomes of the program. Typically, the CDBG funds are what's considered gap financing. We're never really part of the major budget the major part of a budget of any funded program. We're anywhere from 10% to 20% at the most of a funded program. This slide goes over some of the funding criteria that that we use when we're assessing an application. We want to find out what the intended purpose is for the service. We want to find out if the measure or if the performance measure is outlined within the application, that there's consistency with our established priorities within what's called our consolidated plan. The consolidated plan is essentially is a federal program equivalent to a general plan. It's a guiding vision document that provides guidance not only to us, but outlines what are the priorities within the program. And of course, the eligibility that is outlined within the federal regulations, the target population and demonstrated need. We also carefully look at the financial information within the project or within the application to get a better understanding of the financing of the overall project. And last but not least, the experience and capacity of the agency that is operating the service or the program. Under the federal under this program, the funded agency is called the subrecipient, and they have specific obligations that are outlined within the federal regulations, but also outlined within our contracts. One of the obligations is that every funded subrecipient has to enter into what's called a CDBG program agreement, which outlines the responsibility of the subrecipient and also levels of accomplishment. The subrecipient has to maintain client records, including all income documentation of the client served. They must submit quarterly performance reports, submit demands for payment on a regular basis, and that's typically on a quarterly basis. And they also have to be prepared to be monitored not only by county staff, but by HUD, by federal staff. In terms of how the funding cycles operate in the county, under the non-housing categories, we operate in what's called a multi-year funding cycle to coincide with our 5-year consolidated plan. The first cycle is a 2-year funding cycle, and then the last cycle, or the last multi-year cycle, is a 3-year cycle. As I mentioned, this is only for non-housing categories, so we only do 2 RFPs within that 5-year period. But for the housing category, we do an annual RFP process. There's an annual cycle for that. This slide actually outlines a annual funding cycle within the county, and also for the other cities within the county that operate their own CDBG program. Typically, a RFP is issued in October, and we kick that off with a funding kickoff meeting. And then the applications are due in December, typically in the middle of December. Then we perform our due diligence reviewing those applications, goes to various subcommittees of the Board of Supervisors from January through March. And then we provide our recommendations to those committees during that time. And then it goes to the full Board of Supervisors, typically in May. But this year, as I mentioned, with the delay with the federal budget, it will go to the board in June. And then the funds typically are available no sooner than July 1st of that fiscal year. The way we solicit applications is through an open RFP process, and we must notice the RFP meeting or the kickoff meeting every time we do it. And we also provide an email or mailers to folks that are on our interested parties list. There's over 600 individuals representing nonprofits and public agencies in that list. This slide is just it's a contact information on various staff that administer the CDBG program within the county. My name is on there, and as I mentioned, the county administers the program on behalf of the urban county. And then the other cities that are not part of the urban county are Antioch, Concord, Pittsburgh, and Walnut Creek, and they have their own specific staff dedicated for their programs. that concludes my presentation, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that anyone has. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Gabriel, for the presentation. I have a quick question. In regards to the funds, I saw that you had the different cities, and then it had Contra, Costa County, and it was 4-point-something million, right? 4.7 million, if that was correct. And I'm just wondering, because one of the things that's always been concerning about grants and things like that is a lot of it goes to West County. So I'm just wondering, I mean, are we competing with West County to get those services when it comes to those grants, or East County getting a large portion of those grants, or how does that work?
So the city of Brentwood, or no city is really competing with each other under the urban county. We get applications from various agencies and some public agencies representing various populations throughout the county. The reason that West County tends to get a significant portion of funds, it's not going to the cities, it's just going to organizations that serve that population in those areas, is that West County, for the most part in Contra Costa County, has the larger section or the larger population of low-income communities. It's not to say that East County does not. There's a large portion in Antioch, Pittsburgh, Bay Point, and to some extent in city of Oakley as well. Brentwood is not necessarily, in terms of the census information, it's not considered a low-income city. Nearly 70% of the households there earn more than 80% of area median income.
Yeah, that's, it's almost like a good problem to have, but it's also one of those things, right? We want to provide more resources and programs, but we don't qualify for the grants because we don't have the largest need in comparison to some of the other cities. So no, it totally makes sense. I knew that was going to be the answer. And I used to sit on the Brentwood school board, and that was the same thing, right? How can we bring more programs into the schools? And sometimes we weren't able to do it because we didn't have the same amount of dollars that other districts may have. They have larger needs, right? So, well, I appreciate that, Gabriel. Thank you for your answer.
And to just provide a little bit more detail, it's not to say that City of Brentwood would not be eligible for even housing funds. There's approximately, based off the ACS data, there's around 3,000 owner-occupied households that are low income that would be eligible to apply to what's called the Neighborhood Preservation Program, which is a CDBG funded program that provides assistance to those households to make various improvements to their homes. So that is one way that residents within Brentwood have access to CDBG funds, just not direct access in terms of applying to be a subrecipient. They would just get they would apply to the Neighborhood Preservation Program for the possibility of getting a loan or maybe a grant, depending on the size of improvements or the amount of improvements that are needed at their homes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza. Sorry, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Sylvia. I've got a couple questions for you, Gabriel, and then a question for staff as well. But I'm looking at every slide as it was going by was making me think more along the lines of infrastructure. And as it relates to the safety and also as it relates to blight, I'm thinking about this one section of our city where there's a higher population of lower income families and there is an issue with sidewalks. And obviously something like this wouldn't pay for the entire thing, but I'm wondering if it could be used to supplement an investment that we were, at some point able to make for sidewalks. And I know we've talked about development being what pays for infrastructure like that, but could this be used to supplement something like that if there isn't development coming in for the sake of safety and accessibility to families and seniors? And
yes, if it's if it was for a creation of a sidewalk that where in an area where there's no sidewalk existing at this time, it is possible as long as the neighborhood is predominantly low income.
Okay. The area I'm thinking of is, okay, moving on. What was Brentwood's allocation for this fiscal year?
If the city of Brentwood was an entitlement jurisdiction, it would be around 300,000.
But as part of the consortium, it just as projects by project, or is that how that would work?
No, so it essentially what that 300,000 goes to the larger pot for anyone to have access to. If Brentwood was its own entitlement allocation, entitlement jurisdiction, it would only be able to get access to $300,000. Under the urban county, you have access to a lot more than that.
Yeah. So then maybe the wrong allocation isn't the right word. Maybe usage is the right word in this case.
Yeah. So under the current fiscal year, the current program year that we're in, there are two projects that are specific to City of Brentwood, or two agencies that get funds that operate in the City of Brentwood, and that's Village Community Resource Center. They receive $13,000. It's primarily to provide an after-school enrichment tutoring program. And then the other organization is A Place of Learning. They receive $10,000 for the same type of service, an after-school enrichment program.
Okay.
In addition to those two, there are a couple of other agencies that are not necessarily Brentwood-centric or Brentwood-specific, but provide services in the city of Brentwood along to other parts of the county, like the Food Bank, Shelter Inc., I'm blanking on some of the others, Ombudsman Services, Senior Contra Costa Senior Legal Services. We provide funds to those agencies to provide services on a county-wide basis, and Brentwood residents can call those agencies to get assistance from there as well.
And then just to clarify, would an individual who either rents or owns and is lower income in Brentwood be able to reach out to do improvements to the home that they're living in?
Only at this time, owner occupants, those that own and occupy their home.
And would they work with you directly on that, or would they go through an outside agency?
So it's a county loan program, meaning that it's a loan coming from the county, but the administrator of the program, the agency that vets all the applications, is Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Excuse me. Let's see. The other question I have is for staff, and that would be, Sylvia, do you know if we've had a gap in any of our, like if we've not been able to meet a need because we haven't been an individual city that as opposed to part of the urban county? I'm explaining.
Not that I'm aware of. You know, we haven't had until recently, now that the buildings or the rentals are older, that we're going to go ahead and be able to do some, not rehab, but some maintenance on those buildings. But we really, that I know of, have not had to have or had a gap in any.
We're not taking away from this need here to serve this need here. We just simply haven't had need to be able to. Okay.
Right.
Okay. I guess the other question would be like the developments that we've discussed, Brentwood Commons being one of them. Do they take advantage of this ability to do this kind of, renovation, or have they used these kind of programs very much? Do you know, Sylvia?
That I wouldn't know. I think that Gabriel would know if Brentwood Senior Commons, which is
that's one of them. But...
yeah, which is Eden Housing. Have they applied for any kind of funds to do any renovations or repairs?
So Brentwood Senior Commons, which was created in 2005, did receive a good chunk of CDBG funds. They received $2.8 million. So that was probably one of the largest, if not the largest, project that was funded in the city of Brentwood over the last 15 years or so. The way CDBG funds were used there was the funds were used primarily to acquire the land. And then home funds, another federal program that our department administers, was used to help with the new construction of those units.
Okay, and then as far as like renovations, upkeep, that kind of thing, are the ones taking advantage of that?
They haven't
specifically.
They can. There are some that's an eligible activity. We have of existing affordable housing or existing housing, but for the purpose of being affordable. If it's not currently affordable at this time, they would get deed restricted. Okay. So it is eligible. So that if there's developers that operate, that own and operate housing, rental housing that they know is affordable for whatever reason, maybe deed restricted, but not through this program, they can be eligible. They would just have to apply.
And in a case like that, and this is my last question, in a case like that, do you vet the application to make sure this is not somebody who could easily afford to do it on their own and they're making a lot of money off of it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we do look into that. It's not necessarily an explicit disqualifier. It's not a disqualifier, but if it's a for-profit entity, they would not be able to do rehab. It could only they would only be able to develop certain developments. They just can't rehab. Just one of the restrictions within the federal regulations.
This answered a lot of questions for me. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rary?
I just have one question. So could the city of Brentwood apply for, let's say, $200,000 CBDG and use that to for our residents who qualify, who are not in deed restricted homes, who qualify at the different low and very low income levels, to be able to do maintenance on their homes?
So individuals can't apply directly.
The city, I meant the city would do that, and then they would come to us as a city to request the funds.
Yes, the city could apply for that, but they wouldn't be able to apply for the funds for without having a program established. If a program isn't established in terms of if the city just wants the money there to have and then distribute to individuals, it's possible, but the city would have to create its own
program.
Its own program.
And then we create the program, we apply for the funding. If we're granted it, then we can use it as the program was designed to do. Yes,
one caveat that I didn't explain here is that in terms of when we're evaluating an application, is one thing that we want to avoid is duplication of services. So if there's an existing program, and currently the neighborhood preservation program is out there, it wouldn't make sense to fund a program that already does that for those residents already.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza?
I think in one of your slides you mentioned, hello, Gabriel, mentioned something about like parks and stuff like that. So if a city were looking at a youth center and the youth center would serve East Contra Costa residents, and some of those residents are low income, are these funds that we could we request funds? And I guess, our city manager, Tim, is working with the county on Measure X dollars. We don't know if we're going to get those Measure X dollars, but we know there's kids with need. The youth center location would be, towards Byron, Knightson, so it'd be on the edge of Brentwood, still in Brentwood, but on the edge and servicing East Contra Costa kids. Is that something we could apply for?
the city can apply if you're asking for like a development of a center or to provide services within a center for youth. It's eligible in terms of being an eligible activity, but we would have to see if it's within an area of benefit, meaning it's serving residents, an area that is predominantly low income. If it's not, then the collection of income documentation is going to have to get collected from those households.
Does that have to get collected every year or just at the inception every year? Okay.
If we're funding for the services, it has to be collected for the year that we're providing the services.
Okay, so if it comes to fruition and then we have programs that benefit families of low income, then we could go to you every year and do that. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Correct.
There are no further questions of staff. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I'll call on Raul Aguiar, followed by Rod. Raul, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Raul Aguilar. Also go by Tony here in town. I'm a director with the Chamber of Commerce in Brentwood. I have been in the financial industry for about 7 years now, here covering Brentwood, Antioch, and Pittsburgh. And some of the topics I want to talk about is 2022 is the year the Chamber brings diversity to our community and small business owners. And I want to thank Gabriel. I see that he covered some of the components when it comes down to grant applications and city funds and how it gets distributed. I propose a grant application that has been submitted to host La Gran Fiesta in downtown. I want it to be known that this is not your typical Saturday fiesta or carne asada.
That's a different agenda item.
Agenda. I'm sorry. I just see the funding, so I can hold off.
Yeah, it's on the next agenda item, Tony.
Okay, I thought it was just what grants and funding. I'm so sorry.
No, it's on the next.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I just think this whole thing kind of illustrates something that's important for people to think about as they go about their day-to-day lives, is that here we have a city trying to do the smart thing. The smart thing to do, rather than cram a bunch of new units into the suburbs, is to make the houses that we have last longer, improve them when we need to. We have a housing crisis in California. We have houses falling down in California. We have 1 million empty houses in California. And so when they talk about increasing supply, what they talk about is, paving over virgin grassland, laying down concrete, building more new houses which, by the way, are only built to last about 30 years, and then letting the old houses rot. So I do applaud this program for as far as it goes, at least, in trying to mitigate some of that. But really, if the state of California had any common sense, they would stop, doing all this welfare for developers, creating a market for them to build more and more new houses at the same low standard level that they have, which, houses have improved, but they're not what they could be. And then just let old houses rot, devalue, fade away, let whole neighborhoods, become, I guess, slums. They don't really think. What we need is smart growth. We need to refurbish what we have. We need to look at the dead malls and maybe put smart towns where those dead malls used to be. We need to think outside of the box. Just building more and more houses farther and farther away from the job centers creates more and more commuters, creates more and more pollution, creates more and more traffic, and it doesn't really do anything to solve the problem. The problem is people need good, affordable housing to live in. We don't need to keep building, letting stuff rot, keep tearing down more of the land. We need to do things for people. And I really applaud the people that are working on this program. I think it's wonderful the work that you're doing. And I just wish to God that you had more funding to do the right thing instead of all these dumb SB 9, SB 330, SB 10 laws that they're passing in Sacramento that do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
We will close public comments. Is there any further council discussion regarding this item? Councilmember Meyer.
I would just like to urge, if staff isn't already contemplating the idea of looking into infrastructure improvements for the parts of our town that really need that support, I would just like to make sure that discussion is being considered. Thanks.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I was going to say the same thing. If staff knows if there's a need, if there's any way that we can access funds. It's funny, after we got off our last session, Carolina Villaseca called. She said, there's houses on Lone Tree that are falling, and you can tell people don't have money to fix them, which is so interesting that this came up now. So I think that if we can do anything to help people that need the help, I think that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Gabriel, for this presentation. It was extremely thorough and informative, and greatly appreciate the work that you do with our community and have for so many years. So thank you so much. At this time, and by the way, I love your background. It's really nice to see you repping this area so well in your background. So thank you so much, Gabriel. At this time, we'll move into item D3. It pertains to awards through the Economic Development Grant Program. And Joshua Ewan will present on the item. I'll turn it to you, Josh.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. Josh Ewan, Senior Analyst with Economic Development. I'll be presenting the City Council awards for the fiscal year 22-23 Competitive Grant Program. I'll go ahead and bring that up on my screen. Just 1 second here. Great. So thank you for your time this evening. We're prepared to present the Economic Development Grants for the competitive cycle for fiscal year 22-23. In November 5th of 2002, the passage of Measure D amended Ordinance 707, which created the Business License Tax Program. At that time, 20% of the total business license tax revenue is reserved for program activities of all business license taxes received as revenue in the city limits. Those funds have been used to support marketing, promotion, events, and economic development in Brentwood for the last 20 years or so. This is just a quick sample of most recent events that were funded by the City Council, including the Turkey Trot, the Brentwood Friends of the Library Literary Stroll, and Banner Up from the Art Guild of the Delta. So there are certain rules and restrictions that were approved by resolution and through ordinance. For one, funding cannot be used towards staff salaries or benefit costs of our nonprofit organization partners or businesses that are involved in this grant program. Fundraising cannot be the primary focus of the project. And we could see potentially a portion of those profits being used to support the organization or provide community-wide benefits such as scholarships. But in generally, the program application guide requests that fundraising cannot be the primary focus of the overall event or project that's funded by the City Council. And city grant program guidelines and application packets are issued in the annual application cycle. Per Measure D, disbursement of all of our city economic development grant funds requires City Council approval. So that's why this item is before you this evening. In past action, in the last year or so, the City Council has directed economic development staff to present all economic development grant applications to the Land Use and Development Committee and to seek their recommendations to the full council on selection of prospective grant awardees. So in your staff report, we outlined the process, but in general, we recently went to the Land Use and Development Committee that met on April 18th of this year. And that committee, after a thorough analysis, recommended annual grant awardees for our current competitive grant cycle for the Economic Development Grant Program. So the overall grant program is split into two categories of award. The first being priority events, which this council awarded for a 2-year budget cycle looking forward, so 22, 23, 23, 24, and that was approved on January 25th of 2022, funding grants in the amount of $77,671 annually for the next 2 years. Those are tried and true priority events, and they have been a staple of the community for some time. In addition, the second component of the Economic Development Grant Program are competitive grants, which are before you tonight. These are approved annually by the City Council. So in terms of process and transparency, the application for grants was opened on January 5th. We closed the grant application process on March 25th. We received 13 applications, and those total requests equaled 180,362,000 in total requests. So available funds in fiscal year 22-23 include $162,752 available as provided by our finance team. The recommended allocation after going to the Land Use and Development Committee are identified grant awardees of $146,862. So that'll leave you for further discussion tonight, $15,890 available in the next fiscal year 22-23 that could be available to a variety of sources. Of that, we'll use guidance in Measure D that requires that these use of funds be used for economic development, for explicit purpose of business promotion and institutional advertisement of the City of Brentwood. And all applications were provided in the staff report this evening. So the Land Use and Development Committee at that April 18th meeting had a very robust discussion, and the committee members and council members had recommended this list of funded projects that are listed in your report. In general, just to explain the table, looking on the first column will be your project and event, followed by the organization that hosts that event, or who would be your grantee if awarded, the amount of requested funding that they felt would solidify the event moving forward, as well as the Land Use and Development Committee recommended amount of funding. So you'll see that the total requested amount of funding is at $180,362, and the total amount of LUD recommended funding is $146,862. And this wasn't included in the report, but we wanted to show it in terms of how the Land Use and Development Committee arrived at some of their decision points. And this essentially shows the overall total amount of budget that is listed in each applicant's application for funding, their total requested funding, what the Land Use and Development Committee recommended in terms of funding, that funding difference or delta, and then how much revenue or sponsorships were disclosed by each grantee in their application packet relating to the overall financial picture of the event and potential revenue or loss by hosting the event. And so that's estimated in the final column, green being positive and red being in the negative, based on the LUD recommended funding amount. So as mentioned, the LUD committee did evaluate the applications and made recommendations to this full city council following a discussion on the merits of each event and project and their application that was provided, the selection criteria that was included in the application guide, as well as arrived at grant award amounts that were presented in your report. The LUD committee also recommended that the full city council adopt this list of grantees and award amounts as provided. Additionally, as I mentioned, there is a potential available balance that with further discussion and direction from the city council can be used for a variety of purposes, as long as it's eligible with Measure D and Ordinance 7 07. So the Land Use and Development Committee considered two potential options for the City Council to consider. One being a allocation to City Parks and Recreation Department to host family events in the downtown area, or the second being that the City of Brentwood City Council allocate funds potentially for a future City of Brentwood 75th anniversary event that may occur in 22-23. So the City Council this evening may choose one of a couple options. One would be to allocate funds to any current applicant, whether that's changing the funding table or to add those available funds back into any current grantee. You can also allocate funds to one of these two options, whether it's City Parks and Recreation Department, family programs in the downtown, or the 75th anniversary. Or you can choose to reserve the funds for future allocation by City Council, and at some point staff will return to you for further direction and discussion on that item. So as listed in the report, staff is recommending, based on the Land Use and Development Committee's recommendation, is that the City Council approve grants for the current fiscal year 22-23 Economic Development Grant Program in the amount of $146,862. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Just a real quick question on the 75th anniversary. Where is the funding coming from if we do it? If we didn't get it from here, where else would we get it from?
Sure. So I'll defer to Mr. Ogden if he has. I know there's going to be a further conversation about the 75th anniversary coming up.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we should have done that one first, but because I just question it because we just went through budget. I didn't see anything in there that I recall.
No, that's pending tonight's discussion to see what the council would like to do and how far you'd like to go with the budget on it. But we were recommending 75,000 out of the general fund.
So, okay.
So that would have to be added back to the budget if you give authority later on the next agenda item.
We would have to increase our budget spend by 75,000. So this could take it down 15,000 to 60,000.
And I mean, it's a rough number. Whatever budget you give will make most of it fit, but that was just an estimate off the top of our heads.
I just with the economic uncertainty that we heard a lot about during our budget, like if we can do anything to help with that, that would be great. So okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we have done any tracking of some of these events that are annual to find out what our return on investment is, financials, reach, that kind of thing.
Great, thank you for the question, Councilmember Meyer. So we have two ways to track potential progress. One is when the grantee submits their application for the current prospective funding year. They'll provide a narrative that includes what their event reach would possibly be in terms of prospective attendance. How does it support the small business community? We have a multitude of questions within the current application. Additionally, and you have a great point, is we do receive a final funding report as part of the grant application procedures and guidelines every year at the end of the closeout of the fiscal year. So for instance, the grant applications that were approved by council last year, which are in effect this year, July 1 through June 30, will receive grant final reports at the close of this current year, so June 30 of 2022. And so in those, we ask a lot of those relevant questions related to overall reach, the economic development benefit, how does it benefit small business, what was your overall event attendance. In addition, we're also performing a full audit function to make sure that the funds are used in the appropriate ways and means that that grantees had committed themselves to perform the event or project.
Okay, thank you. And looking at the list of all of the recommended funding that LUD gave, yeah, thank you. I'm wondering which of these events have never been funded before or are new this year, or new requests from entities that, I mean, I can see that there's some things that have been moved around a little bit. I'm wondering what we're doing as far as expansion and trying to bring in potentially new agencies or partners to work with, or. do you know, I'm like, if you're looking at some of these names that I haven't seen before, we're finding some of these based on moving some of this around. Is that accurate?
Sure. So I can comment to the question about what staff believes may be new applications for the current grant application year. So a new event would be potentially La Gran Fiesta by Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, Dia de los Muertos from Miguel Saldana, who's a local business owner at the El Centro Shopping Center, as well as Miles for Mayo. And so those are 3 applications that staff would assume are new this year and haven't been in recent application cycles.
Okay. And for any of these groups that are doing repeat, are they doing fundraising on their own as well to help fund some of these events? You know?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So yes, the current application process requested that each applicant disclose what their revenue or potential sponsorship may look like in terms of the event to be able to make it cost neutral to the organization and as well as a good investment for the city's funds. And so each grantee provided that information. So if you look at the second to last column, that'll be generally how much revenue, sponsorship, ticket sales, potential revenue sources that are identified in their applications that are part of the public documents. And each organization has a different way of obtaining that depending on their event or program. And from the staff's perspective, a public-private partnership, while we're working with nonprofits, is typically a good approach to take where each organization is trying to generate some amount of funding to maximize the city's investment into their programs or events.
So for the nonprofits, if there is an excess, and are they then donating it, or is it? Do we have any idea what happens with those funds? Like, I know, for example, the the turkey trot for schools. Obviously, that money would go towards schools, but for some of the other ones that are raising funds outside of what they actually need to hold the event, do we know where those funds go?
Sure. So each organization is going to be has a different approach in how they use their funding. We do not particularly track how each organization receives their revenue. This is actually the first year that in my understanding that we've requested this revenue or sponsorship category. What we do make sure is that any city investment through the Measure D or business license, business tax fund is audited and allocated to the grants and programs that are approved by the city council. So that's been our function. We don't receive follow-up information of how each particular user uses their potential revenue for each event, whether that's to support some of their ongoing operations or, for instance, our understanding at staff level is that Brentwood Turkey Chocolate Schools provides scholarships to the local school districts and school sports. So in each applicant's program, they have different ways of how they would potentially use their own secured funding.
And is there any difference in accountability or reporting for a for-profit versus a nonprofit?
We treat both equally. So there are a couple for-profits here, or just they're not nonprofit status. So we treat them equally. We make sure that the funds are allocated to the approved purpose as previously approved by the city council.
Okay. And I believe my last question would be for some of the chamber events that are being funded or have been partially funded by the city. Are these open only to chamber members, or are they open to businesses throughout the city and residents throughout the city?
Sure. So there are 4 applications for Brentwood Chamber of Commerce events. I would, if the council is agreeable, if there are members of the public that are representatives of the chamber, you're welcome to hear if they have particular feedback. Each application is different. Just depends, I think, on each project. But I'd have to defer to what's in each application. I don't have that particular information in front of me, but we can always follow up with you.
I'm thinking, I see that there's some chamber members in listening. So we don't have those questions answered during their, maybe there's someone making public comments, we can.
Josh, if I can interject here, and it's a question I was going to ask you. I know some of the reasons why that they weren't approved was because they didn't have the supporting documentation for the quotes. So the applications were incomplete.
Sure. So there was a discussion at the Land Use and Development Committee, I believe, at least about one event particular to that, and they received no funding for that event. I think that might have been Lug Round Fiesta, but I'd have to defer to the committee members should they want to provide input to the full council. I do see, just looking through some of the documents that are on my table here, I do see generally event budgets, but not necessarily quotes in some instances. But I wouldn't be able to make that determination today.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rary?
That was just a question I was going to bring to him, because I was going through the applications just now to see which ones did and didn't have the supporting documentation that was required with the budget. And that was the East Bay Business Expo, and La Grande Fiesta didn't have it either. And I don't think I've gotten to the bite of Brentwood yet, but those two didn't have the supporting documentation. And so the applications were incomplete. And some of the, from what I recall, is that even in, and it may have been the East Bay Business Expo, that there was numbers on one page, or maybe it was the La Grande Fiesta, there was numbers on one page for a budget that didn't correspond with the same things on another page. So it was hard to tell what the actual numbers were that they were asking for.
And I'm sorry, do you mind, Councilmember Rary? I'm a little confused. Can you clarify what was missing?
The supporting documentation. So quotes, if you go up and you see I think it was the Downtown Business Coalition.
Yeah, the Oktoberfest one was really, really well done.
Yeah, I mean, and with all of the quotes and so forth, the same with the Brentwood on Ice. That one also had a lot of different quotes. I think Miles, the Brentwood Turkey Trot, Miles from Mayo, they all had their supporting documentation.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That these couple of chamber events did not have the supporting documentation.
I get what you're saying. Thank you.
There are no more questions of staff. Then at this time, I will open public comments. Margaret.
I just need to share my speaker screen.
Sorry, Margaret. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 3 hands raised. I'll start with Gerald Johnson, followed by Tony, or by Tom. Gerald, go ahead.
Gerald, I think you have to unmute.
Sorry. My name is Gerald Johnson. I've lived in Brentwood for the past 21 years. I'm the owner of Sabacon Consulting, a management consulting firm. I joined the chamber to grow my business and give back to the community that has given me and my family so much. I've been a member for the chamber for the past 7 years. I've been an ambassador and I assisted business owners to kickstart their businesses on behalf of the chamber through grand openings and ribbon cuttings. I've been a director, and I launched the first East Bay Business Expo for business-to-business businesses. We had over 80 businesses in attendance that wanted to participate, and hundreds of business people who attended that first expo. In fact, I was one of those participants, and I received a new client and a prospects because of my participation. As a member of the chamber, we created the Brentwood Power Network to provide referrals between chamber members, lunch and learns, to educate our membership with regards to the best-in-class practices. We have reestablished a mastermind group to allow business owners to learn how to handle various business issues from one another. We just launched our Diversity Business Resource Initiative to encourage Black, Brown, and women-owned businesses to participate and grow with the chamber. We had about 50 business participants. During my tenure on the board of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, city leadership and the city council have always been supportive of Brentwood businesses. They routinely attend mixers, ribbon cuttings, grand openings, and established events, and got to know the business community. City council members valued the efforts of the chamber to bolster, equip, and educate the business community. So imagine my surprise when I learned that it was the city council was not going to support the chamber's fiscal efforts this year. I was especially disappointed with La Gran Fiesta and because of our effort to reach out to the Latino business community and the lack of support for the East Bay Business Expo. These initiatives are vital to the Brentwood business community, and a strong business community leads to a strong community overall. I don't know how it's fair to collect business fees from Brentwood business owners through our licenses and not allocate grants to the Brentwood business community. Hopefully the council will reconsider their commitment to the business community and take a look at how come every one, except for one, every one of the chamber's grants were denied. That's all I have to say. I hope you will reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Santamarina, followed by Raul Aguilar. Tom, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Tom Santamarina, and I'd like to talk about how the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce has helped me, my business, other businesses in the community. I relocated to Brentwood 3 years ago. I immediately joined the chamber to give my business visibility in the community. My business is a risk insurance and HR consulting firm. My chamber membership had an immediate impact on my life and business. I met local owners and many other people in the area. Through the chamber, I was able to network and build my business locally. I got involved in the chamber's ambassador committee, met and connected with more people and businesses. I was able to provide community service by volunteering at several chamber events, including the Hometown Halloween and holiday parades and the Celebrate Brentwood event. Each year, chamber members, ambassadors, and directors donate an enormous amount of time to produce community and business events for the city of Brentwood. The chamber gave me other opportunities to grow my business and business acumen through the monthly chamber networking meetings, mastermind groups, and lunch and learns, which are free to chamber members, with non-chamber members permitted to attend 2 events before joining the chamber. The chamber does many wonderful things to support the community on a limited budget and staff. The only paid staff the chamber has is a part-time office assistant. The overwhelming majority of the work is provided by the volunteer directors, ambassadors, and chamber members. I'm deeply saddened to learn the City Council is considering pulling funding for several of our events, which include the Business Expo Job Fair, which is to help local business owners promote their business and recruit much-needed employees. Another event for which funding was withheld is our La Gran Fiesta event, which was to highlight our Hispanic businesses in the area. The Chamber designated 2022 as the Year of Diversity and felt this event would be a great boost to our diverse business owners. Our philosophy at the Chamber is to help businesses succeed so our community prospers. We hope to get more support from the city so our Brentwood businesses can succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raul Aguilar, followed by Adam of Handy Dad's Construction. Raul, go ahead.
Thank you. I go by Tony Aguilar. I'm a director with the Chamber of Commerce here in Brentwood, and I've been a part of the chamber the beginning of 2020 when I open my business practice here in the city of Brentwood when it came down to financial and insurance-based planning. Today, I want to talk about La Gran Fiesta. It is the first of many years to come, an event that I came and brought the idea to in our December directors meeting. And with that grant application, I know with Karen, she mentioned Councilwoman Karen, with the supporting documentation, I would love to work closely to see what is the documentation that I am missing, so I can be just like the Brentwood on Ice and Oktoberfest that have events going on a yearly basis and have submitted these grants before. So I would love to get some type of assistance to make sure that I do have supporting documentation. And with Susanna, she did mention a question in regards to, is it chamber members only? So with my event, my proposed La Gran Fiesta in downtown, yes, it has the name Fiesta, but it's not your typical Saturday fiesta, or I like to call it carne asada. My vision is to bring 30 business owners to downtown and give them a platform to our Latino community. While we celebrate Hispanic Cultural Month in the month between September 15 and October 15. Some of the Spanish-speaking professionals that I'm looking to bring and give a platform to are estate planning attorneys, family law attorneys, CPAs, mortgage advisors, insurance agents, advertising agencies, employment recruiting agencies, local nonprofit organizations that provides local, county, state, or federal resources to our locals here in Brentwood. Throughout the year, Brentwood has many events for locals. But what does the city of Brentwood have in place to promote small business and business growth and development? I will answer that. That's the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Many of my peers and directors, we volunteer hours and hours every single month to put on events and get business owners to come and get involved with our community and be able to promote. Many of us are running a business, raising a family, volunteering with youth sports, presidents of PTA organizations, other organizations like Rotary or Lions Club here in Brentwood, and we are fully committed, not paid, and we want the best for our community. And I am here as a first-generation Latino to be able to help my Latino business owners and giving them that platform to be able to perform and their services. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adam from Handy Dad's Construction, followed by Lynn Gursky. Adam, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Adam Martinez. I own Handy Dad's Construction here in town. I'm also an active member of the community. I've been on the board of directors for the last 4 years, as well as the Rotary Club here at Brentwood. I am also involved. I also was in charge of running Hometown Halloween for the last few years. And just wanted to give my input as far as these events that were not funded from the Chamber of Commerce. We definitely, I know Ms. Meyer asked about where these funds were going with these events, and I think that brings up a really good point, because we want to know where this grant money is going. Why are we funding the activities that we're funding? And I think that the businesses here in the community are what make Brentwood Brentwood, what's going to elevate Brentwood to the next level, bring in more businesses. We want to bring in more businesses to Brentwood and stop having all of our residents go out of Brentwood to work. We want to bring employers to Brentwood, and that is the way that we bring employers to Brentwood, is to bring small business owners like myself and support the business community here in town instead of us looking elsewhere to go. And so for these events like the Business Expo that I do a lot of business with other business owners and residents, is not only closed to chamber members, it's open to the public. And I I had a lot of business last 2 years that the business expo that I participated in. And I think we really need to reevaluate and maybe help out the chamber with getting those grants, the missing documentation that's needed to get those grants approved, because with a strong business community, it's going to make a stronger city. And that's all I had to say this evening. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lynn Gursky, followed by Kelly Smith. Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lynn Gursky. I'm a longtime resident of Brentwood and spent most of my early years here as an educator for 35 years, as a matter of fact. And at that point, when I retired from education, I suddenly had to become a businesswoman. My husband passed away and I had to take over the family business, and I knew absolutely nothing about it. I was a very confident educator, but I didn't know anything about business. So I started going to the mixers for the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, and I found a world of support. And I think that's something that people don't realize, that people who are trying to start a new business or learn about business don't have a lot of avenues, don't have a lot of places to find that information. And I had invaluable support from members of the Brentwood Chamber. And so I became more involved. I was an ambassador. I was a director for 3 years. And I feel that the services that the Brentwood Chamber is offering to business owners, and especially to people with new businesses, is invaluable for our community. I appreciate how the city has been supportive and worked with the chamber, which in my experience is how most cities and chambers operate. They work together. And I appreciate how you have supported us in our endeavors. And when I look at that list, it felt like a slap in the face when all of the chamber proposals were denied. Karen Rary, I appreciate your comments that perhaps there was some documentation that needed to be added, and that's a learning experience for us for sure. But I wanted to let people know that the chamber does provide a lot of service for business in the community. And we are businesses, lots of businesses that are not downtown. We all volunteer and support all of the activities that take place downtown. So I appreciate your listening and considering our proposals and listening to our opinions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Smith, followed by Denise Duran. Kelly, go ahead.
Good evening, chamber members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Kelly Smith, and I'm the president and CEO of Smith Equity Consulting, SEC for short. SEC is an equity management consulting firm that specializes in equity compensation and plan administration for private and public multinational companies all over the West Coast territories or wherever they may be. I am a minority business owner who joined the chamber approximately 1 year ago and recently attended the Diversity Business Resource Group Initiative on April 27th. I was very impressed with the information and the resources that were presented for minority business owners in this community. I really had no clue, even though I had been a member for a while, I really had no clue of the resources that were and are available to me as a business owner in this city. I was also very impressed with the efforts that this city is going to attract new businesses to the city and retain and assist those businesses that are already here. One of the items that was mentioned was the plans for the new what were they calling it? Financial center, I think is what they were calling it, the business center And I was very, very pleased because to me that said that I can expand and grow as well. I have other opportunities to do business with other companies, especially private and public entities, the larger ones that are, that you typically have to travel to get to. But there's the possibility for those companies to come here, open satellite companies here. When my husband and I decided to relocate our family 7 years ago to this community, hands down, Brentwood met all of our needs. And it's one of the reasons why I believe that this city has much to offer and why I'm looking to attract and retain local talent to come and work for my company. And I'm looking for the chamber to roll out more programs for small businesses to grow and expand, to assist us to make connections that we otherwise would not know about or even have the resources to link to. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Duran, followed by Rod. Denise, go ahead.
Good evening. Well, it's evening for you. It's amazing that every time I come on a city council meeting, I'm into the next day of the calendar. Last time it was, I think, a 2 a.m. Meeting that we had. Again, my name is Denise Duran. I am a member of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, and I am really thankful for this opportunity that we can all come together and start once again realigning and making and seeing how we are supporting one another's efforts in building this city. And some very important points in terms of what I've heard this evening with regard to perhaps some reasons why our applications were not being promoted due to them not being fully completed. We're very sorry that that happened. And again, as Lynn Gursky said, this is perhaps a learning opportunity. And hopefully, as Josh also suggested or offered in his presentation, that this may be an opportunity or a time that before making a decision, there can be a reevaluation. As Kelly has so eloquently stated, that coming here, building a business, building her family, building a life in Brentwood, and learning and being able to grow with other business within the business community is a powerful and compelling reason why we all are doing what we're doing. And as many of us may have heard at the diversity group, at the Business Diversity Resource Group, the message from our Economic Development Department was that when Brentwood business does well, the city does well, because then the city is able to offer more to its residents. And that elevates all of us. So having that support and having a healthy relationship and a synergy between the various departments within city government, as well as a nonprofit group such as the Chamber of Commerce, which is fully dedicated and committed to being a voice for the business community that allows the entire community to connect in an impactful way, so that we can keep dollars local, that we can keep business here, that we're not just a sleepy Brentwood community, that we're actually a robust, growing economic powerhouse. So with that being said, I thank you for your time this evening, and I look forward to seeing what we can continue to create today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Team Olga Sells. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. I hadn't really planned to say anything, but I'm gobsmacked. I'm not a business owner. I'm not anybody special. I just go to work every day, come home. Well, I don't go anywhere. I work from home these days, but I just I do my job, I get paid. So, yeah, I'm just amazed at the attitude of the callers from the Chamber of Commerce. They all seem like they're just incensed that they didn't get their grants, and the Chamber has done so much for them personally, which is swell. But it's just really hard to understand how people can feel so entitled that they can call in here and just browbeat you and demand a second hearing. I just want to know, who on that list should you take a grant away from to make these people happy? I appreciate Brentwood business. I try to do business with Brentwood when I can. I'm a taxpayer here. I'd like to think that my business is appreciated and my tax dollars are appreciated. I don't want to be taken for granted, and I don't want my tax dollars to be taken for granted. I don't feel well represented when people are coming in here and just demanding money, right? They deserve it. They're telling you how great they are, how much they do. Not one of them really showed any humility or any grace. They're just asking, they're demanding a handout. They're not even asking. And it's just amazing. I'm really sorry. And I hate having to say it because I'm sure a lot of people in business in Brentwood are going to hate me now, but wow, just wow. Try looking at things from other people's point of view from time to time. You might be more successful. And by the way, if you're a successful business person, I think you know how to fill out a form. I don't think you need help. I don't think you need coddling. I think you should just fill out your paperwork and do it the way it says, and then maybe you wouldn't be in here just having to demand. I mean, not even begging, just demanding money. It's appalling. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Team Olga Sells, followed by John Lawrence. Olga, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Bryant, City Council members. Before I start, let me give you all a heartfelt thank you for your hard work and dedication to our beautiful city. I mean that sincerely. I applaud you. It's late. I'm tired, but you all look very, very engaged, and we thank you for that. Let me know if I get too demanding on you, okay? I'm just going to tell you how I feel about the chamber and how it's been a blessing to me. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Not asking for anything. I just want to describe how I love the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Bryant, thank you very much for attending various chamber events, including the ribbon cuttings. It is clear that you understand the importance of a strong relationship between the city and the business community. Your presence speaks volumes to that. In talking about the value of the Chamber of Commerce, and I want to explain how great it is to be a member of the chamber and how I feel it brings value to our business community and to the community at large. I've been a part of chambers for several decades, not just in Brentwood, but in other cities. And as a member of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, I've been around since 2006. The chamber has been such an important vehicle for me as a local businesswoman. As a branch manager of Travis Credit Union, in Brentwood, our branch prospered because of the connections and relationships forged through the chamber and the chamber's various events. And in turn, Travis provided huge support for our local community. As a local realtor, my business has also benefited from being a chamber member. This is due also to the connections, to the relationships formed via the chamber. I need and love being part of the chamber. I see its value. My success, my blessings are in my business allow me to give back to this community and our beautiful city. I feel you give what you get. I don't ask for a handout or a free ride. It's simply the way that a smart business person does business. I want to speak about celebrating Brentwood, which is an event that I chair. It is a great event. It's where we really celebrate the best of the best in Brentwood. It's open to all concerned. It's advertised in the Brentwood Press. It's not just an event geared towards the Chamber of Commerce business people. This is a well-attended, well-received event, wholly funded by the Chamber. But yet this is another example of how Chamber adds to the richness of our entire community. A strong chamber is a win-win for all of us. As a business owner, I want you to know that my city council is working together with the local chamber to support the business and the residents of this community. Thank you for listening to me tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Lawrence. And after that, there's no additional hands raised. John, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, everyone in attendance. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is John Lawrence. I'm actually the senior partner here at New York Life and Brentwood. And I started my career 17 years ago, and I joined the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce to help me get started in this beautiful community, network, meet new businesses, business owners, as well as residents and many people alike. And throughout my tenure, really grown a love for not only giving back to the community, volunteering, but being a part of this great community. And a few years ago, as you guys heard from a previous speaker, Gerald, started the East Bay Business Expo. This was all pre-COVID, had a fantastic event, and I was asked to chair that right prior to COVID for the second annual one. Unfortunately, that got delayed due to COVID, and we had our first one coming out of COVID last September. Out of 46 booths that were attended, previously it was over 80. We had over 125 attendees who showed up, not including over the 46 booths that had 1 to 3 people manning each booth. And this was during the CDC limits, which limited us on not only not being able to hand out water, have any food vendors, drink vendors. And so that turned a lot of businesses away from the area. So I took a different approach this year. We decided to expand it and wanted to be able to give back to our local communities for the East Bay Business Expo, to not only give back to help businesses network, but we turned it into a job fair to also help them expand, who's looking to expand their footprint in the area, looking to hire, whether it be seasonal, part-time, or even full-time work, to organize our East Bay Business Expo and job fair together. And this is an opportunity that not only for us to give back to the communities, but also it helps the chamber reinforce, our supporting, such as the ribbon cuttings, holiday parade, hometown Halloween, business mixers, not only helping businesses promote them who are part of the chamber through social medias, but a lot of this has a great impact on our community. It really shines a lot of light on not just in Brentwood, but East Bay businesses in general. And it's just a great opportunity for us to continue to expand as we now have come out of COVID, but still trying to respect the CDC guidelines and do everything within the rules and regulations that we have to adhere to. So I'm asking for the reconsideration. I was not aware of missing supporting documents, so I do apologize about that. That is my responsibility going forward. But it is a fantastic event for us to give back to our local community, give back to businesses, and continue to highlight how great this community is. So hopefully you guys, if there's anything else we can do to continue supporting you and the city, that's what we're here to do here as a Brentwood Chamber. So thank you very much for having us.
I have 3 additional hands raised. I'll call on Rod, followed by Stephanie Williams. Greg, followed by Stephanie Williams Rogers. Greg, go ahead.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and good evening. Good evening. It's very late. I guess for the record, I'm Greg Robinson, owner of the Brentwood Press. I've been involved with all of these organizations on this list one way or another over the last 22 years of being involved in this community. If we would have known what we knew an hour ago when Councilmember Rary stated that the reason why the Brentwood Chamber applications were not funded in any manner is because they were incomplete. Oh my goodness, shame on us. I cannot believe how embarrassing is that for our chamber when we've been doing this year after year after year, that how we must have missed something. Total error. I do know for a fact, though, that about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't know the exact date because none of us from the chamber were invited, but there was a meeting that had some of the members that were making these decisions, and there were some nonprofits that were on this list that were invited to that meeting. And when I found out afterwards, I wasn't going to say anything to anybody because I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. But now, why wasn't all the nonprofits invited to that meeting so that they could have been told that their applications were incomplete, or in the fact that we could appeal our case or listen to us? And then I can go into the fact that 20 years ago when I helped write this program, because I looked at it today back in 2002. I can't believe it, exactly 20 years ago, that this money was allocated and supposed to be to the businesses that are helping grow the community. And to your previous speaker about the businesses and we should be able to do this and fill out applications, all those things, nothing that the chamber does that we do it for ourselves, we do it for the community. When we put on a holiday parade or a hometown Halloween, we're doing it for the community. When we put on a business expo, it's to bring the other businesses that aren't chamber members to the community and say, how can you join? How can we bring you in and make you better? The monies that were supposed to come from this business license grant was coming from the businesses to help support the businesses. So like I said, I love all these groups, but how are some of these other groups that were getting 100% of their funding what are they bringing to the business community and helping support the economic development? How are their businesses funding the money that you're giving away? And I think it's important for people to know, just like Rotary, and for those of you who know me, you know I'm a Rotarian. Rotarians, we take a lot of money, but we give our money. As business owners, we're the ones that when we're short on these events, we have to put that money in out of our pocket. And most of the money that I'm going to leave you with that the city gives us, we give back to them in rental fees, police services, garbage services, the services that we need to pay to the city because we just put on an event for the general public that the chamber is having to pick up the bill for. So my suggestion is you need to table this and make a motion that we go back to the drawing table and reevaluate. Thank you very much.
The speaker's time had expired. The next speaker is Stephanie Williams-Rogers. Stephanie, go ahead.
I think she's on mute.
Yes.
Oh,
there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Council. My name is Stephanie Williams-Rogers, and I'm calling on behalf of Miles for Mayo, and would like to thank the Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak briefly on this agenda topic. For those that don't know, we hosted the first annual Miles for Mayo on April 16th, which was in honor of my stepson who lost his life at the age of 16 last year. Running was everything to him, and we decided to put on this event in his honor and channel our grief into something positive for our youth, families, Brentwood community members, and visitors who came from outside of Brentwood to participate. We didn't anticipate the large participant numbers that we had, but we're humbled and honored that we had over 500 participants. And all proceeds are going to local high schools, Brentwood Union School District, and the Delta Limitless Youth Running Program. We are currently in the process of coordinating disbursement of these funds, and we are honored to be able to help support these efforts. We were also honored and proud to support local businesses by providing all participants with coupons to the local McDonald's, and was able to drive business to the 2 McDonald's in Brentwood. We also hosted the packet pickup at Fleet Feet, and we're able to drive customers to that business and surrounding businesses to those that may have not even knew about that area. We got some comments that folks were able to venture off into the furniture store nearby. We brought over 500 people to the side of Brentwood, which is, we hosted it at Veterans Park, which helped to increase traffic near businesses on Balfour, such as Chapala, Chevron, the frozen yogurt store, including CVS and other businesses that are along the Balfour area. So wanted to just share that. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And we look forward to next year's Miles for Mayo 5K, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
There's no additional hands raised.
Okay. At this time, we'll close public comments and move into council discussion. And I will say that having been on the committee for many years, that as part of this process, this is a very difficult process. There's nothing easy about going through and selecting the events or the individuals that get this process, get these funds. And as as usual in anything in life, there's never as many funds available as there are need for the funds. So I'm really looking forward to council working through this. I will say every year it's the usual process that we're making adjustments and things to this. So it's the normal thing to have a discussion and move forward as a council, and I'm sure we'll be able to do the same thing tonight. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, your hands up.
Yes, Josh, are you there, Josh?
I am.
Okay. I just want to be transparent because I know that, you know, I really don't want to impact, and I know there's been discussions around council's participations and being involved in specific projects with the city, especially if there are contributions involved and things like that, right? And obviously, you know, I have a big heart for El Dia de los Muertos event, the Day of the Dead. It's located out in the northeast of Brentwood. But as a council member and as, you know, because obviously we all know that I'm involved with One Day at a Time, has been involved in that project. So if this organization was to receive these monies, what happens to the organizations that have been supporting this project for the last few years?
Good question, Vice Mayor. I'll invite our city attorney team to come and comment on any
because I
respective
mean,
items.
I'll be honest, I don't want to hurt the opportunity that this event has to get money, but I also know that the organization itself is very involved in this event. And I just want to know, because I've been told things in the past by city people, and I get caught up in stuff that I didn't even know I was going to get caught up into, kind of a thing, right? By doing the right thing. I know everybody's doing the right thing right now. So I just wanted to be transparent about that.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I know that Councilmember Rary and I said, you know, just because you're not involved in the planning portion, nothing should preclude you from getting a booth like any other organization in town. We felt strongly about that.
Yeah, but we don't just do a booth.
So we talked about it, and I think legal was there. Katie, you just popped up, and I think that that's what we had decided. Like, they could get a booth like anyone else, but that was the extent. And when the application came through, Mr. Saldana said that there would be no participation from ODOT, and that was one of the criteria that we used to approve those funds.
Okay. So Mr. Miguel Saldana said that ODOT would not have any participation?
Correct.
Oh, okay. It's interesting that was said because, I mean, ODOT's been funding it and organizing it for the last 3 years. So that's news to me. So I appreciate you sharing that with me, because obviously that's a whole nother conversation that I need to have with someone else, because that has not been brought to our attention. But, you know, that, I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, let's just say it is, then that's fine. That's a conversation I'll have with him. But at the same time, if ODOT is involved, we've never just had a booth. We basically have funded it, but at the same time have ran the event and helped coordinate the event with Miguel Saldana. So I'm just wondering, legal, I mean, I don't want to impact this group from having this, because honestly, ODOT has helped it take it to the level that it is now with the assistance of Miguel and everyone else. And we would like to continue to see that happen. So we don't want to impact that, but it's news to me that what Councilmember Mendoza is saying, that I guess ODOT wouldn't have no participation. I don't know what special meeting this was. I don't know what had happened, but I guess I have the same concern. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, as I'm legal, what do you recommend?
Sure. So I can't speak to the representations by Azukar and what sort of involvement they were anticipating ODOT might have. I wasn't involved in any of those conversations, but at the LUD meeting at which this item was considered, it was the recommendation of the committee that if funds were allocated for this event, and I believe for any event, they not be used by council members or members of the council members' family in a way that any other member of the public did not have equal access to, and was not a financial benefit essentially to a council member or to a council member's family. So as I recall, those were the use restrictions that the committee was recommending to the full council for this item. I don't know what the applicant had agreed to or had not agreed to in terms of others' participation in it.
Okay, so during the meeting, that Miguel Sargente didn't say that at the meeting itself. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to, I'm here as a council member, right? I'm not here as one day at a time, I'm here as a vice mayor. So my goal, I'll be honest with you, is to see this thing be successful. I guess for me as a vice mayor and someone that's been very involved in this specific project, I just want to make sure I'm respecting the city and what we can and cannot do as council members. Now, community organizer, community leader, that's a whole nother, this is not this meeting, right? That's a whole nother meeting. So as a council member, what advice do you give, or can I still be involved, not involved? I mean, what is that? Because I know that we were looking at, I think it was the last meeting, in regards to creating policies and putting things in place in regards to council members' participation and involvement in events that had anything to do with city involvement, I guess, or in finances. So I'm just wondering, as a council member, everything else will be another conversation for another day.
Yeah. So in terms of any new policies, nothing has been brought back to the council for its review and approval and adoption yet. So there are no new policies on the books just yet. In terms of your existing obligations and requirements, I believe that it would not be anticipated that the funds that would be given out tonight would be intended to be of a financial benefit to any particular council member, you or anyone else, but that they would also be available to organizations that made participation opportunities available to wide swaths of the community. And whether the council wanted to impose further restrictions on that would be a discussion to be had tonight amongst the entire council.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because okay. So okay. I think I understand what you're saying is that as long as there's no personal benefit to it, at the end of the day, because there's no policies in place, it doesn't say that one day at a time couldn't participate.
Actually, we decided last time when I brought up the issue about a transparent process, the mayor was very adamant that no organization that any of us work for can get any benefit. So no, I'm based on that conversation, ODAT, your company would not be able to participate. Like not one logo, right? Because the whole issue with the Easter thing was that you had a logo. So not one logo on the event. You can rent a table, and that's what we talked about at the meeting. You can rent a table and have ODAT rent a table like anyone else. But the rest of the event,
we've never.
The rest of the event should be ODAT free. And I tried to bring a process forward that would help out, and I was shut down. I was told that no council member would have anything of value. So that is of value is either financial, or impressions, or or promotion, and this would be promotion.
Well, just so that you know, there's never been a vendor or anyone that's paid a fee to have a booth or anything at this event.
Well, it's no longer your event. It's no longer your event. It's Miguel's event. So Miguel can run it how he sees fit.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have that conversation. But okay. Well, thank you, legal. And I also, is there any way we could just postpone and go through this a little more? I'm a little bit concerned in regards to La Gran Fiesta and also the Chamber Expo that has done some really good work within the city of Brentwood. I don't know why Gran Fiesta didn't get approved. It's new. It's something, I mean, for minority businesses, focusing on the Latino community. I'm just wondering, was it because they didn't have the paperwork? Because it sounds like this young business owner was doing the best that he could to make this thing successful. And I would think that we'd work with him through the paperwork if there was mistakes or things that were made, so we could hopefully help him be successful here, especially when we want to want to support the Latino community and our local businesses, right? So I'm just wondering, why didn't that go through? And is this, I mean, something that we just need to table to have more conversation about, or what happened with that?
I mean, I can speak to, I mean, my reasons, because it costs $10,109 to run the event, and they will sell tables and sponsorship of $12,775. So they actually make $2,666 off of the event. So why would, I mean, if you look at the restrictions on the restriction page that Josh said, it said it can't be a fundraising event. So why would they would be
But I
using?
think we have other groups here that are raising money at their events.
You asked me about that event, so that's the reason that one was denied.
Okay, well, just I guess I'm a little confused because there's a lot of really good groups here that are doing fundraising or raising money that do the same thing. And I think they're raising a lot more than $200 some. So I'm just wondering why La Gran Fiesta, I mean, if it's only making like $200 some, like you said, it doesn't, I don't know. I would think it'd be nice to, and it's nice to see that the chamber's really thinking outside the box and becoming a little bit more creative to support some of your minority store owners or restaurant owners or business owners within the city of Brentwood. I just don't see why we wouldn't support something like that. Doesn't make no sense. Josh, do you have anything else to say?
Sure, Vice Mayor, thank you. So Mayor, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and address Vice Mayor's comments. So during public comment, I did have a chance to look through generally the applications that were received. We received 13 individual applications from potential grantees. Generally, some of the applications are generally consistent for some of the information related to quotes or prospective invoices. From staff's perspective, we could certainly understand that if a provider or a prospective grantee did not include actual hard quotes for an event that may occur in a long term, or especially if you're a new event, we can understand that maybe a budget would be all that's available. And so just looking through some of the other applications, it does look to be consistent. So I just pose that for the full council's consideration.
So La Gran Fiesta, for a new event, like you're saying, I mean, we don't expect them to have a 2-year budget or budgets from the past or what they've done, like any history, because they're new, right? So what you're saying is what they did turn in is pretty, adequate. I mean, it's sufficient enough as any new applicant would, right? Is that what you're saying, Josh?
Yeah, so staff's recommendation is that generally the applications are consistent among, while some are certainly standouts, there are applications that are similar of quality and character to that particular event.
So I just don't know why that we wouldn't support that. I mean, it's a new thing, and it's, man, I mean, I've lived in Brentwood all my life. I don't remember one time that we've really focused on the Latino community, especially our Latino businesses. And this is a great opportunity. I don't hear us giving any type of reasoning that's justifiable why we're not supporting the chamber on these. And I agree with the mayor. It's hard decisions, and I know that it's difficult. Maybe I know, Josh, what was the amount that they were asking for La Gran Fiesta?
Sure, I'd be glad to pull up the table.
$10,000.
So I know that, thank you, Karen. I know that we have, Councilmember Rary, I'm sorry about that, Karen. I know that we have 15,000 that's possibly going to roll over. Is there any way that we could utilize that, at least 10,000 of that, to go into the La Gran Fiesta and support that? And then I know that we were looking at the 75th anniversary, and I think we had other options that the city manager had gave us to be able to fund that event as well.
So some of the questions on here was that under his grants requested, it says contractual services, $3,748.75 is what portion they were asking but it doesn't go through and list what those contractual services are. The other, it's there's $2,405.75 that they're asking us to fund for other, but what is the other that we're funding at $2,405.75? Now, I'd be willing to do the supplies and materials of, the 900 and the marketing of just about 3,000 for 3,900.
Councilmember Meyer, not Meyer, I'm sorry, Rary. Maybe we table this and we discuss that, because maybe we give them an opportunity to let us know what that is, right? I think that, obviously we weren't part of that meeting. I would like to know, okay, what does that 2,000, where's that really going to? So I don't know if this is something we table for later in regards to having a discussion about that or getting more information from them, but just to deny them for that, it just makes it difficult, because I would like to know too, but I also don't want to lose this opportunity that the chamber is looking at doing that's different and unique for our residents. So I don't know if it's
like they can still have it. They can still have it because it's 10,109. They'll make 12,775. They can still have it. And we're funding, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump over you, Councilman Rary, because I know you have your hand up. But, Gerald said we're only funding one event, and we're not only funding one event, we're funding the holiday parade, which is $8,442, and we're funding Hometown Halloween, which is $3,939. So we funded 3 of the events they asked for. And
what were those 3 again? I'm sorry.
It was the holiday parade, the Hometown Halloween, and then which was the Bite of Brentwood. Do you have the applications there open?
No, the first two you mentioned are evergreens. They're priority events.
But they're still there. But they're still their event. We're still giving them money. It's not like we're saying we don't want to give the chamber money. But I also.
Yeah, but I think that those events are more.
Councilmember Rary, you go ahead. Sorry, you've had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Rary, can I really quick? I think that those 2 of those events, or maybe all 3, I don't know, the last one you said, 2 of those events are large community events, right? I think the other events are more focused on our local businesses themselves, like the Expo and the La Gran Fiesta are focused specifically on business owners, and especially one of them is really focused on not only business owners, but Latino business owners, where the parade and this other thing are more larger community events where it's not specifically for the businesses of themselves. So I think they're totally different when it comes to.
And maybe we can ask the gentleman who submitted this, because only 30% of it will be the Latino food and of those that are there. And I didn't see anywhere else where it spoke to only being Latino businesses.
I would like to table this to hopefully.
No, I think we should work through it. And it was only 30% Latino businesses is all they have to guarantee, not anything more than.
I know, but this is what you're saying. But I'll be honest with you, I'd like to hear them tell us that, because if it's not,
it's in the application. Did you read the application? It's in the application. Please read the documentation so that you have the answers. So it's 30%. It's 30%. It's 30%.
You're a little frustrated, Council Member.
I'm frustrated because you don't read the documentation. If you
no, I think you're frustrated because
it was 30%.
No, I think you get frustrated because I just don't agree with you.
No,
I would like to table this,
and I'd like
to have a discussion about it.
I'm frustrated because you always come unprepared to meetings. You never read the packet.
If we could keep on the item that I know that is very frustrating, but the process here is that we're working through this. I agree. I think we need to work through it tonight. This is when we have the best opportunity to get this done. And again, like I said earlier, this is part of the process. It's a normal part of the process. Every time that we've gone through this process, we've had to make adjustments and make some clarification. So this is normal way of going through this. Councilmember Rary, your hand was up. Did you?
I was just going to make the suggestion, to if the chamber will to supply us with the with the information regarding the business expo, the supporting documents, I'd be willing to do the 10,000 on the business expo and the 3,900 or 4,000 even on the La Gran Fiesta.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And I think it's important to note, I don't know, Vice Mayor, if you were aware that the meeting that everyone's talking about is a land use and development meeting, the committee meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's where the discussion had come in before for all of these. That's where they had some intense review of it then. I wasn't there listening to that either, but are those agendized and made public?
They are agendized. I don't know if the applicants are invited or not. Josh, say whether or not they're invited.
They're put on the public calendar, right?
The city did not send out a separate notice to the applicants notifying them of that meeting.
Okay. In the future, maybe we should, in case we have questions, and this could help to alleviate some of this. And also that we can, if there's time enough, if an application is not complete, that we can forward it back to the businesses, let them know, just like we were with the beautification and facade grants. And if it's not complete, it gets returned to them, and they can resubmit it if they have time enough to resubmit it. Because otherwise they have no idea that it's incomplete.
I also agree with what Councilmember Rary is, the direction that she's going. I will say that the Brentwood, the East Bay Business Expo is extremely valuable to the businesses in our community and for the city. It is one of the if not the only opportunity at this point that the city has at a grassroots level to reach out into areas of technology and business that aren't necessarily aware of what we have to offer here in our community. Our partnership with the chamber is invaluable. I know every one of the council members has not only attended events, but is in support of it, if not members of it. I don't know who all is member or not, but the Business Expo is an opportunity to really help our city, our community, our residents, and businesses that are unaware have an opportunity to do exactly what this is for. It is for economic development, and so that is one of the core reasons for it. I will have to say, after reading the application for Miles for Mayo and hearing of the tremendous success that they had, I'm excited about that. It's also another new event, and that's the kind of thing we want to see. Again, the La Gran Fiesta, I think that could be a very good opportunity to invest, I don't know, $5,000 into it from what is left over here. I know that the one of the unfunded is the gift card campaign. But I know that the Business Expo is something I'm very interested to see happen.
Mayor, can I finish my comments there?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Thank you. In looking at the table, and we do have $35,000 on this table that was requested by the chamber, which is of course the highest amount of any of the entities. And I'm seeing that there's an attempt here to balance out some distribution of funds to bring in some newer partners, to bring in some new reach, maybe people that aren't involved with the chamber that are that we want to try and get involved with the city and maybe and benefit from some of these events. So I get that part of it. I'm curious during the LUD meeting if there was a recommendation about any of the other entities that might be a little bit self-sufficient enough to not need as much funding as they asked for. I'm wondering if there was any kind of recommendation around that at the LET meeting.
There wasn't a recommendation around that. I would like to focus this year on funding what is needed. And I don't know if that's a policy change, but if your event costs 10,000, then it's 10,000, right? If you're not making any money, I think that that's kind of where we should go, because if we have events that are self-funded, then we can actually go out and recruit other businesses that aren't in the chamber, because when we get our tax report, the number one tax revenue areas are the street of Brentwood and Lone Tree. So I think I would like to, get support these events so that they're, like their children, you raise them and then they can take care of themselves, and then bring in new businesses and help foster them and get them to do some events that then can get them to move forward. I mean, we've never had anything like this over at Veterans Park, so I'm excited about having something on that side of Brentwood. But that's the only thing that I think we talked about is just looking forward and what can we do to bring in, it's a different council. It's, some of us think differently. So how can we bring in new blood to get this money? Because this is the city of Brentwood's tax revenue. It's not just chamber member tax revenue. So how do we spread this across everyone and still continue to support events that they have, like, the hometown Halloween and the parade? I think those are all fantastic. And that's what we talked. I don't think we talked about anything else except for that. It's like, how do we get there?
Okay, I get it. I understand the idea of, like you said, funding what the actual need is, so that there's not unless it's a fundraiser for schools, for example, or something, a nonprofit entity, then I can see like just funding the amount that is exactly necessary, which I imagine is very hard to project. I don't believe that, given all of the criteria that I'm hearing from council members, that we can fund every chamber event. I think we would have to, like Councilman Barrera was talking about, potentially pick and choose parts here and there in support of potentially them having a way to put on the event still, but maybe pull the money from the booth rentals or whatever that would be. I do think there was a comment about council members not going to events, and I just have to say that's not accurate. I know every one of us has been to different chamber events, whether it's one this month or 6 months ago or whatever. And I'm sorry, I get home from work and I'm exhausted half the time. So I don't always want to go back out and do something in addition to my council work every night. So understand that just because we don't show up at all of your events doesn't mean we don't support you. But I do think that some shifting around, maybe. I just don't know if there's anything else that doesn't need the full funding it was given. I'm sure you guys spent a lot of time working out what actually did need the amounts that you were allocating. So I don't know what that would look like. You guys probably would know that better than I would, but I do support the idea of a partial funding of some of these so that we can help them to still develop a way to make them happen. But I don't want to take away from the events that are coming to us new and reaching people that we have not been able to bring into community events and community benefits in the past.
Assistant City Manager.
I kept my hand up. I'm sorry. I think the question's been answered.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fine funding like MPS that 3,900, like Councilmember already said. I mean, they only need 2660 something, so I'm fine doing the 3,900.
Well, I actually rounded it up to the 4,000.
Okay, 4,000. We'll round it up. So that's fine. And then afterwards, Josh, if after these events, I know you say you get reporting back from all of them, but if you could, well, it doesn't need to be on the meeting, but just email us, like when they send you, this is how we did, this is the amount of businesses that participated, all of that stuff, that would be great. I don't know anything about the Business Expo. If you guys feel like it's worth it, it didn't sound like it when we were at the meeting, but if you are saying it's worth it, then yeah. I'm not the gift card campaign. I don't think any of us have talked about that.
No.
I actually heard some negative feedback on that regarding the escheatment. So escheatment is when it expires, and some of them did expire. So that one. And then if we're talking about funding new ones, then I think we should take the Miles for Mayo. We only gave them 75, give them the full 10,000.
No, I would think no, because they had made quite a bit of money. And as you and I
I know you and I, yes.
On that. You wanted 1,000, I wanted 5,000.
Yes.
Yeah. But I would say going up to 5,000 on the bite of Brentwood. I mean, yeah, going up to 5,000 on the bite of Brentwood.
So what are we out there if we do? So that's another 1,000, and then you said 4,000, and then the 10,000. That's at 15,000. How much do we have then?
15,000 and change, I think, was left.
Yeah, so then that's good right there.
So you want me to make a motion?
Well, and then we need to be the Dia de los Muertos. So what are we going to do with that? If ODAT is involved, then we don't fund the grant, or what happens?
That was what we discussed during.
Yeah. So if ODAT comes involved,
if ODAT wants to volunteer at the event, the whole thing was what we discussed and was brought up in the council meeting was that if ODAT is listed as a sponsor of the event, then we can't fund it. But if they want to volunteer without their names on anything, that was, I mean, just like if I wanted to go down there and volunteer.
Okay. And if we see anything out there, then the funding doesn't occur.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we basically are funding the entire Dias de Muertos.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
so Karen, I was looking at, I think the mayor had mentioned it, where La Gran Fiesta maybe 5,000, and then the Expo 10,000. I think the mayor had mentioned La Gran Fiesta 5,000. I know you mentioned 4,000.
They're both chamber events.
But they're just they're totally different. To me, it's two whole different kind of communities within the chamber, right? One's more focused on the Latino community, and the other one's focused on everybody, let's say. And I really like that.
As I said, that the amounts that they have listed, without further documentation on, I would rather do 4,000 on that and 5,000 to the up the level to 5,000 on the bite of Brentwood.
So they're getting.
What about the $890?
So I mean, they're getting $1,000 extra on the bite of Brentwood. So I mean, net, they're still getting the $5,000. I think it's fine. I mean, again, he's making 2,666 on La Gran Fiesta. So now he's going to make 2,666 plus another 4,000. So they will be netting out $6,666 on La Gran Fiesta. They're not going to be out of pocket at all. They're going to make almost $7,000.
So, Councilmember Rary, you're saying that we'll give them 10,000 though for the expo, and then 4,000 for La Gran Fiesta.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
we might as well give them.
Might as well throw in that extra amount.
Yeah, into the bite, right?
Yeah.
To the bite.
So 1,890 for the bite.
Yeah, because the bite actually that takes people around to actually inside businesses.
So yeah, that's almost 2,000. So that's getting a little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
So do
you want to make
a motion as detailed in the grant amounts with the amendments to include a $10,000 to the Business Expo, 4,000 to the La Gran Fiesta, and to up the amount on Bite of Brentwood to what is it?
5,890.
What was it?
5,890.
That's it.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Oh, wait.
Wait, Katie has a question.
Just making sure we're clarifying this. So we have the 3 changes to the funding, and then are you giving staff direction to modify the resolution to address participation in the events by businesses or entities with whom council members are associated?
It's yes. Yes.
And I second the yeah.
And is the council clear on how that's worded and what that participation means? I just want to make sure we're all clear on the motion before the vote gets taken.
I think she said he could volunteer, but there's no collateral at all that mentions ODAT as a sponsor at all.
So the participation would be limited in so much as no council member affiliated organization could participate as a sponsor for any of these events.
Yeah, and no collateral on it, and ODAT can't be used in any of the collateral. They can be volunteers at the event.
Or they could buy a booth if there was a booth to purchase.
Yes, they can buy a booth if they'd like to buy a booth.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Sorry to interrupt.
Don't worry, ODAT's not buying a booth.
So we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm going to say yes, but real quick, I forgot to say something. And like Susanna Meyer said, if we don't attend chamber events all the time, I work full time, have 2 kids. So sorry if someone's offended that I don't attend all the time. I basically have 2 jobs. So yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Same and yes.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Move on to item D4, concerning celebration of the city's 75th anniversary incorporation, and city manager will have the staff report. Tim?
Before I jump into the staff report, I wanted to present an opportunity to the council that this item is not pressing. We could certainly hold it for a future meeting. The only issue would be perhaps the budget, which we could throw in a number if you want to give me a number, and we can come back and discuss the particulars of that budget. We just need to have a budget outline before we come back the June meeting to approve the operating budget for the year. So it's your direction. I can continue, or we can agree to postpone this item since it's not pressing tonight.
I say postpone it.
Okay.
I've got an early morning to head up to Sacramento for the Cal Cities conference.
Yeah, we could postpone it.
Perfect. Then we'll schedule that on a future agenda where we have a little bit of room and still plenty of time before next January.
Do you need a motion?
We'll just take a motion to.
We need a vote.
I'll make a motion to postpone item D4 to the next available council meeting.
Yep.
Second.
First, second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We will then move to item D5, pertains to in-person council and commission meetings, and Sakari Bashirs will present this item. Sakari.
And as she comes on, again, if there's more time needed on this item, certainly not pressing either, but we can certainly give you an introduction to it and see where you want to go with it.
Okay, good evening. So are we going to go ahead and move forward with this item? Yes. Okay, perfect. So good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is about in-person chamber meeting, us having in-person council chamber meetings, for the our public meetings, specifically council and commission meetings. And so when this item was prepared, there were 2 recommendations that staff had for you, which is one is to meet either in person or to do a hybrid approach. The in-person meeting more so to bring back some normalcy to what we've had to deal with, each and every one of us over this last two years of finding a new way to meet and continue to do city business. The hybrid approach would give us an opportunity to kind of have a combination between individuals who want to meet in person and then also those who want to continue to meet virtually. Since this item was prepared, there has been additional information that has been reviewed, and I want to highlight and bring to council's attention and for you to consider in your decision making today. So as we all know, in January, we had an anomaly. There was a huge uptick in COVID cases, and we were, basically everybody had to meet virtually. February and March and also April, the numbers went down drastically. So with that, I want to bring two sets of numbers to you. So looking at the city workforce, we are averaging about 1% of staff that have COVID positive cases, which is, I think, fairly, we're doing fairly well there. And county-wide, the numbers went down from, I think it was, in February, they went down 7.5%, and then 8.1% in March. And then down, it was like 0.4% in April. However, we're still here in early May, and the numbers are going back up. As we all know, COVID has been something that we've never faced before. We don't know what's going to happen. Things change regularly. So while this information is something that should be part of your decision making, I wouldn't make the decision solely on this information for a couple of reasons. One being is that this information doesn't include individuals who maybe, have COVID positive and never are tested. So this is just, again, and this is just kind of a snapshot of information. And again, it's not an exhaustive amount of information, but just something for you to consider. So with that, I want to go ahead and give you all an opportunity to have a discussion and make a decision on when you would like to bring or start our in-person meetings in council chambers. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for discussion with council.
Okay. With that staff report, if there are any clarifying questions of staff regarding this, Councilmember Rary.
So when are we having our council chambers cameras changed out?
That project has been put on delay due to procuring of supplies and equipment, and I think they're forecasting now late fall. So that was what prompted us to bring this item to you now instead of, thought we'd be doing that project right now. And
yeah, I remember that, and I knew there was a delay. I just didn't know how much of a delay.
So I think October-ish.
Okay. I just, if we open the chambers up, it's, especially if the numbers are going back up again. I mean, because we're kind of behind New York, and while, it, for the most part, it isn't as dangerous as it was in the beginning. I'll get to the conversation later, but that was the only clarifying that I had.
Councilmember Meyer?
I'm wondering if we can get clarification on any legislation that is pending that could impact our decisions or our plans.
There are a few bills working through the legislature now, AB 1944 and AB something else, where they would alleviate some of the Brown Act unintended consequences of having to have you participate from your homes and then have to enable the public to enter therein as well. And that's something that's pending the legislative cycle. So that's probably not going to be bills that are going to be effective until late summer. By August, I think the session ends.
Yeah, I think I heard AB 1944 made it out of committee.
So if we were to go back in, I don't believe it would be feasible to insist on testing. I mean, it seems like that would be just really, I don't know. I'm torn on this one.
Testing of us or testing of the public?
Well, I mean, testing of us would be fairly easy, right? I think we could do that fairly easily, but the public would be a challenge. And then would we be able to require masks for the public that attends?
Well, you can, but just based on the recommendations by the county, it says, you know, that those things are recommendations. It's not an absolute. And, you know, we have also policies that we follow for the employees, and that's not recommended or required. So there's a whole lot of different things that you have to consider in trying to manage all of that, as well as it's part of your decision as well too. So it's a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah, and I don't think I have any other questions per se. I'll wait till discussion. Thank you.
I do have a question for legal. It's my understanding at this point in time that should we vote to reconvene in person, that until some of these assembly bills come out or are voted and passed, that we will have to revert to the previous or current Brown Act of doing the posting, and if we're in our homes, and like was just described. Is that accurate? If we redo this, that the current exception through section 54956 no longer applies?
I believe so, Mr. Mayor. As you know, on your consent calendar this evening, you adopted a resolution that you've been adopting every 30 days pursuant to AB 361 that really allows you to have these virtual meetings where the council is appearing virtually. And once you don't have the basis or the justification for the AB 361 resolution and you're meeting in chambers again, it's going to be very hard for you to all of a sudden say, no, we're going to meet virtually without going under the old Brown Act rules, which does require the council to post and provide notice to the public that part of the meeting will be occurring if it's your residence or if you're on a trip, your hotel room, wherever that might be. So that would go into effect, we believe, and so you'd be back under those old rules. The legislation the city manager was discussing that is going through the legislature currently would reduce those requirements to not have you have to post your addresses or hotel rooms and allow you to appear virtually in this manner. And just to note, none of this changes the public's ability to participate virtually. I think that's one of the discussion points for this evening as well, whether to continue the public Zoom or go back to just, when you go back in chambers, just have the public appear in chambers. But for an answer to your question, yes, I think once you start meeting in chambers, it's going to be very difficult to go back to the old, to these current rules.
Thank you. If there are no more clarifying questions, then at this time we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to speak by Zoom, and I'm glad that we'll be able to continue that as the public. I am concerned that the City Council is being put into a spot again by the state because they can't legislate simple rules like, you can go to a hotel. I've seen others of you, some of you participate in city council members in council chambers remotely from another location because you're traveling, and that's fine. And I don't see how it's any different if you're at home, but the state being the state somehow makes that distinction. And because of that, and because I think every American has the right to make their own decisions about how they want to manage their health, and that includes all of you. I would be very fine with just continuing to go on as we are with Zoom until the legal matters are clarified, because it's just not fair to any of you to be subjected to that, to where you said, well, you know, I would like to attend the meeting, I would like to be at home, whether it was because you didn't want to come in because you were feeling vulnerable, or if it was because you had COVID and you felt like you could attend, but you didn't want to expose other people. The state's just being unreasonable again, and I hope you guys will just set this aside for a little while and let the state get their act together. Thank you so much.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
This is a hard one because I was ready to say, let's go back in. I was like, let's do it. But then someone in my household has COVID and you would not know it. You just wouldn't. I mean, person ran 7 miles yesterday, but totally positive. You would just think they have allergies. So I don't know what to do now. And the other thing is I've gotten notes from the school the last 5, 6, 7, 8 days in a row that COVID, my child has been exposed to COVID. So I don't know. I would have said yes a couple weeks ago, and now I'm like, I feel like we're back where the numbers are going up. So it's difficult. And then the fact that we can't go back and forth on the issue, that one makes it more difficult. So I want to be back in chambers. I think it's the right thing to do, but I'm testing negative, but do y'all want me there knowing that someone in my household is positive, even though I'm testing negative? Like, how do we deal with that? Like, you know, I don't know.
Councilmember Meyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you.
No, it's okay. I don't know. I want to do the right thing. I haven't had any residents ask me to go back into chamber either. Like, I haven't had not one. So.
Councilmember Meyer.
I do think there are residents that are commenting about us going back. Although, to be fair, I've never seen some of these residents at any of the council meetings I've ever attended over the years. I think sometimes it's just a matter of wanting to express yourself on social media. So I definitely push for hybrid. I think we've opened up the opportunities for accessibility by so much that I don't want to go backwards on that. And so I'm glad that that's still part of the discussion. I have to admit too, though, that having watched council meetings over the years in other cities and seen some of the things that happen when people don't agree with the vote, or people get together and decide to go protest outside someone's home, I'd really rather not have to, deal with that. If I were, having to invite someone into my home, if I had to post that this is where I'm meeting from, which kind of goes back to Councilmember Mendoza's thoughts on that, that you can't have it both ways kind of thing. So I hate to say it, but I would be willing to wait until we can kind of watch what's happening with legislation and then hope for the best. I think in the past, when people had a sniffle or whatever and stayed home or were traveling and couldn't make meetings, that made for less engaging and less robust discussions. And I think we're selling ourselves short if we don't try to have as much participation as possible, because we're all a different voice here. So we're cutting that off too. If one of us is traveling or has COVID or whatever, and we can't participate at all, then we've just shortened our discussion. We've just taken out some of our viewpoints, and we've removed someone that the people elected to represent them from a discussion. So whatever we can do to get the full engagement as much as possible for me.
Councilmember Rary.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to get back into chambers because meetings go so much faster. We were not in here till midnight. And I tested negative for COVID 3 days in a row. So anyway, and if all of a sudden there was an influx and we needed to return back home, I've got at least one dog in my house that doesn't like strangers. And if I had to allow anybody into my house, she would go absolutely ballistic the whole time the person is in the house. And that's even on the other side of a barn door, that hopefully she wouldn't break through and attack. So yeah, I'm hesitant about having my personal address up there by returning to chambers and then having to leave again, which we're going to have to do unless the Brown Act changes before we get our new cameras. We'll still have to go at home and give those addresses.
Vice Mayor?
I have nothing right now, Mayor. Thank you.
You know, I again, I think I feel at this point like everyone else has described. I much prefer to be able to have face-to-face discussions with my fellow council persons. And again, yeah, the council sessions do seem to be shorter. Not that we don't have intriguing interactions, but you know, it's almost midnight again, and I don't think as clearly at midnight as I do at 6 in the evening or 8 or 10. But anyway, I think some of the concerns for me are what everyone else has said. I also think that it would be a little clumsy, perhaps, to try to incorporate the hybrid as far as having the public available through Zoom or whatever other technology it is that they can participate. I can't imagine going back to the place where we don't have whoever wants to be a part of our council meetings as a resident in Brentwood, they should have the ability to do so. It's just, like I said earlier, it has allowed me to grow as a council person, to be able to hear so many voices that in the past weren't able or had chosen not to, for whatever reason, to come to the council chambers. I want to know what the voice of our community is, and we have a much better chance of doing that with a hybrid meeting, where they can have access to public comments and comments on every item. I think it might be a little clumsy if we come back now and then we have to leave the chambers later for the cameras or something like that. So I agree with what everyone else has said.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just interject for a second, I also wanted to let you and the council know that both the city manager and I are continually in contact with our colleagues, both within the county and up and down the state. And as we learn what other cities are doing, if we can find a way or find something that will allow you to come into the chambers and not have to and then be able to go out before legislation is adopted, we will of course let you know. But so far I haven't seen anything that convinces me that you're going to be able to do that. But we are still looking at that, as you know, every time we talk with our colleagues, trying to find other ways to allow you to do this. So we will continue to do that throughout this process.
That's greatly appreciated. Well, having said that, is there a motion on this item?
Motion to continue this item until a later date.
I'll second that. And I was corrected. It was 7.71 miles, not 7 miles on COVID.
So we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, move into item E1, new requests for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda request and in consideration of our recently approved strategic plan, please raise your hand and I'll call on you in order. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I did not want to bring any agenda items, but I think I have to. I don't know if you're all aware, but Antioch is phasing out tobacco sales in their city. And I think we're going to start seeing a big influx of tobacco stores. And then I think we're going to start getting like, we don't want gas stations, storage units, car washes, and tobacco. So I think we might start seeing a big influx. So I think we need to talk about updating our zoning on, do we want more tobacco stores? Do we want to limit them? But I think if we don't do something, we're going to be caught where we are inundated with tobacco selling shops. So I think we need to talk about that. That's one of them. And then the second one is, which if we don't do something about this, it's just going to hang over our heads. I think we need to do something about the Planning Commission and Commissioner Dolcher and the Brown Act instance. I don't know if we talk about that in closed session or we talk about that in an open session, but we have to decide as a council what is best, because right now we have lost a lot of trust from the city residents. So we got to talk about that too. So those are my 2 agenda items.
And if I may, Councilmember Mendoza, on that second item, I believe you brought that up at the last meeting, if I recall. And so I believe we're going to be providing you with an off-agenda memo on those topics.
Yes, and I've taken it up a notch. You're going to provide a memo, but I think we need to talk about it as a council. Is what do we want to do? So we either got to keep him or remove him, but I think we need to have that conversation, regardless of an email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further new agenda item requests? Okay. Seeing none, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Moved.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Well, we are
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Be safe.